Welcome, ladies, to our September Fearless Women's Summit. We are so happy to have you here, and you are in for a really great treat today. We have some spectacular speakers from all over Canada, the US, and even one of our speakers is from the United Kingdom, and another speaker is from Australia today. So we are so excited to have such an amazing group of ladies sharing their fearless stories. My name is Charlotte Brown. I'm the founder of One Woman. And I just want to say welcome and thanks so much for joining us on this beautiful September day. It's hard to believe that it's already September. Summer went by so quickly, especially for us Canadians. I'm located in Alberta, and so it's always sad for me when August wraps up and knowing that snow is coming sooner rather than later. But I just want to say welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, feel free to type your name in the chat and where you're joining us from today. And we love making these days interactive. So feel free to type questions, any questions that you have for the speakers, any comments that you have, interact with the speakers, and of course, all of your fellow participants as well. So for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us, not just listening to it, but paying attention to it, and most of all, acting upon it. And isn't that the scary part? Is the acting upon it. But what these events are so great for is that we know that when a woman shares her fearless story, that she gives another woman permission to do the same. And that's what today is all about. You're going to hear stories from so many different women, and that no two stories are ever the same. And so our hope for you is that these stories inspire you to live your greatest life, to live fearlessly. So how did One Woman begin? So One Woman is an organization that connects women for the greater good of all women in this world. And I've been an entrepreneur for a very long time. I started my first business when I was 21 years old. So I've been an entrepreneur for over 25 years now. And, it's just always been a passion of mine. I wasn't always just an entrepreneur. I also worked full-time for the Canadian federal government. And I worked for the Canada Revenue Agency for over 20 years, the equivalent of, if you're in the US, the IRS. Fun job. Well, maybe not so fun. Can't say there was a lot of people waiting for my calls or waiting for thank you or getting a lot of thank you cards or hugs or any of that kind of stuff. But I knew early on that, I was just a social person. I loved, working with other people. And so entrepreneurship was it for me. I've been an entrepreneur for a long time, and I've built many different businesses over the years, but it was in 2015 where I was putting on an event for a charitable organization that invited me to come and see the work that they did in this world. And I wound up traveling to Ecuador. And it truly was a life-changing trip for me. Have you ever had one of those trips, that you knew life was just never going to be the same? Well, that happened for me. You see, I was humming along with a wonderful and successful event company. I worked with a lot of famous people, worked with a lot of television stars, and from the Food Network, from HGTV, dragons from Dragon's Den, sharks from Shark Tank, Hay House authors, New York Times bestselling authors. I put on tours for these, famous people across Canada, and did a lot of events in Ontario as well. And, life was hunky-dory. I couldn't complain. I tied a lot of my events to charities and raised, millions of dollars for charities and not-for-profits, not only in Canada, but around the world. But it was in 2015 when I traveled with one of these organizations that I did an event with, where my life completely changed. I found myself in the Amazon rainforest, and they were doing work there. And what I assumed is that I'd be going there to build a school, or perhaps digging a well, or maybe building a clinic or something like that. But when I arrived, we found out that we'd be building a women's empowerment center. Well, oh boy, did they have my attention then, because I'd been empowering women my whole life. I couldn't wait to get into this community, but I have to admit that when I stepped in there, my heart felt heavy pretty quickly as I looked around at my surroundings and seeing, how hard these women had it just to survive every day. Walking to a polluted river, to fetch water, to be able to cook and feed your family, no access to healthcare, no access to electricity. Everything in their day was hard. And as you can see by these pictures, one of the days that I was there, we were thatching a roof. And I always say, I'm no Martha Stewart by any stretch of the imagination, but these ladies were so patient in teaching me. Now, their native tongue is Quechua, but they also speak Spanish. And I always say, I speak enough Spanish to get myself out of jail if I ever needed to. And so I got to know these ladies quite well, the passion and dreams for their life and for their children. And, the ladies would be so amazing and so encouraging for me as I learned. And they kept saying, Está bien, you're doing good, you're doing good. And what I know is that when you bring women together, no matter where you are in the world, is that they know how to work together and get a job done, to make this world a better place and to be able to improve communities. And what I learned is what women want is the same no matter where you go in this world. They just want a little better life for themselves, for their families, and for their communities around them. I went back to our lodge that night on the last day that I was there, and I had a heavy heart because I realized I could go home and I could tell some really great stories of working with women in the Amazon. How I survived tarantulas, in the Amazon rainforest, and the work that we did to build this Women's Empowerment Center. Or I could go home and I can create an organization that brings women together for the greater good of all women in this world. And that's what God put on my heart. And that's what I did. One Woman now connects over 500,000 women right around the world. And I didn't know how I was going to do it. And I know that there's so many women who is watching today that has big dreams, has big goals for their life, has things that they want to do. They want to make a difference and they want to change the world, but they don't know how to do it. And I'm here to tell you, as you don't need to know how. You just have to have the faith to know that it's possible, that everything will show up when you take the first step. As the great Martin Luther King said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase, just take the first step. I came home from the Amazon and I started telling people as to what I wanted to do. And all of a sudden the stars started aligning. A friend of mine donated a website and I started having women who joined as members from friends to people who would share it to their other friends. And then of course I embarked on creating the first Fearless Women's Tour back in 2018. We did 15 events right across Canada. And I have to admit, I was scared. I'd only ever done events for famous people. Of course, those events are easy to sell. People follow them. They want to see them, all that kind of stuff. Here I was putting everyday women on a stage, and every single event sold out right across Canada. Hundreds of women came to hear women's fearless stories, and everything changed for me. My goal, my job was to create a platform for every woman to shine, for every woman to realize their dreams, no matter where they are in the world. What is your dream? I believe that one woman can change the world, and I know that that woman is you. These are many of the women that we've empowered in this world. We do work, of course, in developed countries, doing our Fearless Summits, giving women a platform to be able to speak through our Fearless Women Summits, to be able to learn, skills, to be able to build and grow successful businesses. But we also work in developing countries to empower women and also to start businesses, to gain employment skills and to help girls have access to education. There's over 130 million girls in the world today that don't get to go to school. We believe that women can change this, that every girl has the right to have an education, and that education truly is the ultimate equalizer, that when we work together, we can make a difference, we can change the world, and that it really doesn't take much for us to be able to really make an impact when we use the gifts that we've been given to best help and serve others in this world. So of course we do that through our memberships. And we have so many wonderful members who support the work that we do so we can empower women and girls in this world. We truly believe that if you give somebody a fish, you feed them for a day, but if you teach someone to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. We empower women through skills training and through starting businesses so that they can become self-sufficient, that they can feed their families, that they can send their own children to school. and, giving women that financial independence. We know that nothing empowers a woman more in this world than financial independence. And that's what our memberships does. So for those who have been a member, I want to say thank you. For those who are interested in becoming members with One Woman, you can sign up for that anytime. And I can put that in the chat box, the link to do that if you'd like to join and become a member. And so what membership does is we use and pool those funds together to be able to support projects, whether that's helping a woman buy a goat to start a goat business, whether that's paying for a girl's tuition for a year or her school uniforms and her supplies, whether it's helping women learn sewing skills so she can join a sewing co-op in Rwanda. We do work throughout Africa, throughout Southeast Asia, and throughout South America in terms of empowering women to be able to break the cycle of poverty. So our basic membership is our inspired membership. It's $20 a month. And like I said, we pool those funds together to be able to do these projects. And we send updates every single month as to the women and girls that you're empowering and helping in this world. And I just want to say, the last 18, 19, 20 months now that it's been during the pandemic, I know it's been hard, for everyone who's out there and the changes and things that's happened. But I just want to thank the ladies who have become members and who continue to be members and support this work, and thank you for carrying that with me. Because, I got a lot of fearful messages during this time. And so, it was just great to make sure that our women and girls were taken care of and that they weren't forgotten during this crazy time in the world. We also have our new empowered membership. And that came this year, early in January, over the time of the pandemic, I got so many emails from women who were struggling to monetize their business, who didn't know how to pivot online, to know how to build a successful business. And so we created an empowered membership to be able to help our female entrepreneurs and women to build successful businesses. And one of the things that women struggle with most is marketing help. So what we did was create a membership that allows women to have opportunities to be able to speak and to be able to reach hundreds of thousands of women around the world with their message, with their gifts, with their skills and talents, to become a part of our Speakers Bureau, which, is paid speaking opportunities. We get emails all the time from schools, corporations, other event planners that are looking for powerful empowerment speakers. And it's a great way for us to be able to connect women with those opportunities so that they can build a successful speaking business if they desire to do so. And of course, to be able to teach, a lot of women have great skills and want to teach others. And so we offer various webinars and things like that where you can teach, and also as a member, you can learn the skill set that you need, from teaching how to run, successful Facebook ads to how to market, how to create sales pages, all that kind of stuff. We teach you how to do that through our empowered membership. So our empowered membership is $97 a month, but what we do is that for the first 3 months, you pay $39 to be able to try it. And so I'll post the link to our memberships. If it's something that you are interested in joining and being a part of, we'd love to have you as a part of One Woman. We also have our One Woman Connected page. So our connected page is free for anyone to join, and it's a way to stay in the loop of everything that's going on and the opportunities with One Woman. We put on events around the world, and we're definitely on a standstill for a long time, but it allowed us to be able to be online and to have women who can connect from right around the world in one place, which has been a blessing. But we certainly have missed those live events, and we've been back on the road again. Last month, we did events in Seattle and Portland. And we are heading, of course, to Vancouver next weekend. We're in Washington, D.C. later this month. And we have a lot of different events happening that are live events over the year. So if there is a live event that you'd like to be a part of, a lot of the speaking spaces have been booked, but there's a few cities that still have spaces left. And so you can also sign up for those, and I'll post the speakers application link to be able to apply if you'd like. Our next World Summit Online is happening on Saturday, January the 15th. It's usually our biggest event of the year, of course, coincides with everybody's, new year and a lot of our New Year's resolutions and all that kind of stuff. And it's an exciting event that we do every January. So mark your calendar. These events are free to attend, or you can make a donation to one of our projects. And Yeah, and if you'd like to speak at that event, we still have a few speakers spaces left. So like I said, I will post the link in the comments so that you can apply if you would like to. As I mentioned, we have some speaking events coming up across Canada and the USA between now and December. Sorry. And so there's a few that have speaking spaces left. I know our Calgary and Edmonton events coming up in October still have a space, as well as our San Jose and our maybe one space left in San Diego happening in November. So if you'd like to speak at any of those events, you can use the same application. Sorry, I've been fighting a cold. Last, I want to talk about our 100 most powerful women. I work with Jackie Somerville, who you're going to hear from shortly. Oh my goodness, I'm going to cough again. So, sorry, I have that tickle. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to mute myself 1 second. Sorry, ladies. You know, when you get the bad tickle that just doesn't go away, that's what I have. So I'll post the link to that. Applications are open now. Jack and I work with women to build million and multi-million dollar companies. We coach 100 women each year to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and of course, make millions doing what you love. Because as I mentioned before, nothing empowers a woman more than financial independence. So again, sorry about my cold. And I'm going to introduce our first amazing speaker for today. And oh, Ellen tickets, I forgot about that. So we have our VIP Ellen draw that's happening in November. And to enter, just email info@onewoman.ca and just put in the reline Ellen ticket entry. That's how you get entered for the VIP Ellen tickets. And that's to see a final taping of her show in her last season. You'll join me on this VIP experience. So good luck to everyone, and make sure you drop an email to info@onewoman.ca. I'll also put that email address in the chat. Okay, I'm going to introduce Ashley. Thank you for bearing with me through my cold. So Ashley is a copywriter. Ashley, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Thanks.
Ashley. Hi there.
Ashley is a copywriter who helps women find their authentic voices so they can weave it into their business and their branding and rise. She works for clients in the UK, New Zealand, Australia, and the United States, and South Africa. She grew up in South Africa during apartheid and is an imperfect ally and feminist. She runs the story team with her dog, Bella. Please welcome Ashley Reddy.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, Charlotte, you are incredible for continuing through that. Yay! Good job. I'm not sure if you could hear my dog, but she was barking in the background. So that was her. Thank you so much for having me. I am going to tell you a bit about myself and my story, and I'm hoping that you get something out of this today, with the theme being fearlessness. In 2019, I immigrated to London to be a performer. It was my dream to be cast in theatre shows in the West End and at the Globe and at the National. Little did I know that initially I'd spend my time here as a care worker. What follows is a deeply personal experience, and I hope you get something from it, some motivation, some belief, because you really can do anything. I arrived in London and I threw myself into every single performing masterclass I could find. I networked as though my life depended on it. I was in dance classes, singing classes, acting classes every single day. I learned songs and monologues. I put myself in front of other performers and casting directors to be looked at and judged and exposed. And that's how much I wanted this thing. It's how much I still want it. Theatre was the love of my life. It was my alpha and omega. It made me feel whole. It was the sole reason for my existence. I left my family, my friends, my country, everything I knew and loved to pursue a career in the city where theatre is in the marrow of the buildings and the streets and the people who frequent them. And then a pandemic happened. I had just been cast in my very first UK production, Carousel. The work had paid off. The dream was happening, and poof, gone, finished, cancelled. For everyone though, right? It was a monumental moment. I also lost the job I had. So when you move to London from South Africa and you bring over your hard-earned rands, you know you don't have the luxury of waiting for a theatre job to fall into your lap. £1 costs 22 Rand. So I had been temping and working at a company as a quality controller, and I had money, right, until the 16th of March, 2020. What happened after that was something I never expected in my wildest dreams. If you told me I'd be working as a care worker in London at the age of 37, well, no, just no. And yet, I applied, I was accepted, I went through all the training, I took the tests, I studied, I filled out the forms, and I was a trained care worker. What does this look like? For 9 months, I visited people in their homes from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. I was up at 5:30 a.m. every single day. I lifted people, I helped them walk, I changed their nappies, I fed them, I clothed them, I bathed them, I cleaned their houses. Some of them were incredible and funny and kind and wise and delightful. They were grateful and they were excited to see me. They told me about their time in the war. They told me about their deceased partners. I visited a woman 3 times a week who I helped to bath and wash. She was alone for over a year because of the pandemic. She was also a chain smoker who believed that she never got ill because the cigarettes killed the germs. I visited another woman sometimes 3 times a day who had suffered several strokes and who was incandescent with rage because she had no power in her life. She swore at me and the other carers. She screamed at us. She threw things at us. She tried to kick us and bite us. I sat with her once and I just asked her if she was okay. I asked her what she wanted. I asked her how I could help her. She told me she loved me. The next time she saw me, she told me to go back to South Africa where I belonged. She was racist beyond measure. And then she'd say something really funny and make me laugh. And I was so conflicted because I alternately disliked her and wanted her to like me at the same time. I put this down to my dysfunctional need to be adored by people in power. I briefly visited a gentleman with Alzheimer's who did not want me there and threatened to throw me out the window. I left and I never went back. I went to a man every morning at 7 a.m. for almost the full 9 months. I would wake him up, wash him, and dress him. He was as deaf as a doornail, so I'd spend 90 minutes every morning just yelling my head off. I made him breakfast and I made sure he took his pills. I cleaned his dishes and I made him tea. He always smiled. He always smiled, no matter what. Even if he was in hospital or after he'd been in hospital and he came home and no one exercised him for 3 weeks and he couldn't walk. Even when he fell and I caught him and I sat with him on the floor waiting for the ambulance, he smiled. When he could barely move and he could barely breathe, he smiled. He was my most regular customer. I loved him. He died just before I resigned. I went to a woman 3 times a day who had vascular dementia. I woke her up every morning and I put her on her Sara Steady. This is a contraption with wheels for people who are immobile. And I moved her from her bed to her commode. I provided her personal care. I washed her whole body, covering her up as I went because she didn't want to be exposed. She had dementia, but she knew who I was. She called me darling. She made me laugh. I made her laugh. I sang to her. She had dementia, but she was more present and real and full of life than most people I've met. I loved her. Resigning was incredibly hard because of her, because she didn't want anyone else washing her. I was her carer. Those 9 months were some of the hardest and most beautiful of my life. I knew that it was temporary. I knew that it wasn't my calling. And that's why I started my copywriting business at the same time. I was writing in my car between my care shifts. I'd go and park in a parking lot up the road from one of my regular customers twice, 3 times a day. And I'd keep the engine running in the freezing cold British winter. And I'd build my website and my portfolio. I'd pitch people, I'd finesse my CV, and I'd write for my very first clients. I was exhausted. It was a radical time, and I learned some things about myself that I didn't know. I have a very strong stomach. So that's one of the things I learned. I was urinated on and defecated on more times than I can count. I cleaned toilets and sheets and body parts that we don't talk about in society. It was rough and I survived. So can you. I am physically stronger than I realized. I'm not a big person. I'm 5'5" and I weigh about 54 kilos. I moved grown people all over their homes on walkers, wheelchairs, Sara steadies with my own weights. I am a rock star. So are you. What did it teach me about being fearless? Fear stands no chance in the face of resilience. Resilience is something you can develop. It is something that you can learn and grow inside of yourself. The definition of resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. Toughness is another word for resilience. But real resilience, actual resilience, is far more complicated than that. It's much more nuanced. It can take many forms and shapes. It can be quiet. It can be fierce. It can be peppered with moments of sobbing in the fetal position after your 13th Zoom meeting of the day. Resilient people all seem to have the same things in common. Number one, they're self-aware. They know who they are and what they want. They can put down boundaries. They know their limits. Number two, mindfulness. They're aware of what they're sensing and feeling in any given moment, and that prevents them from shutting down or becoming overwhelmed. Number three, they practice self-care. Enough said. Number four, positive relationships. This one is huge. Resilient people look after their relationships. They gather people around them whom they trust, people they can look to for advice, people who make them laugh. And number five, they have a sense of purpose. They have a reason or a greater why. The care job put me under physical, emotional, and psychological strain. It challenged me to my limits. So starting a business, surely I could do it, right? Was I scared? I was terrified. Scared doesn't even begin to cover it. So why? Why was I so terrified? I'm educated, I'm relatively smart, I've been through hell in my life. I've always got through that stronger. So why did I think that as a smart, educated woman who writes really well, that I wouldn't be able to start my own copywriting business and have it be successful? In preparing for the summit today, I thought a lot about the fear we feel as women and its origin. It's the origin that interests me, because if women are experiencing fear all over the world, we all had it instilled in us, right? It goes beyond fear, this feeling we feel though. It's like a deep lack. It's a deep lack of entitlement that I don't think men experience, at least not the men that I know. So I'm interested in looking at that origin of fear. So I want you to raise your virtual hand if you've ever heard this. You should smile more. Smile. You'd be so much cuter if you smiled. You're so loud. You're a good driver for a woman. Come on, give us a smile. You should embrace your natural gray hairs. Remember to smile. Men like women who smile. Your husband changes nappies. That's amazing. Get your husband to babysit. Are you a working mom? That must be so hard. Don't be so bossy. Don't wear that to school. You'll distract the boys. You're too ambitious. Women belong in the kitchen. Come and dance with me. Come on, let's dance. Why not? Why don't you want to dance with me? Come on, dance with me. Come on, dance with me. Let's just dance. Fine, you're such a bitch anyway. If women want to wear short skirts, they deserve to get raped. She was asking for it. She's a whore. Don't be a slut. No man wants to have sex with a virgin. How much did she have to drink that night? Well, what was she wearing that night? Why are you getting so emotional? You're such an attention whore. You're really bitchy. You're so dramatic. It must be that time of the month. You'd be really hot if you just made an effort. You'd be much hotter if you smiled. Is that all you're going to eat? You eat a lot for a woman. She doesn't want kids. Isn't she worried she won't be fulfilled? Her biological clock is ticking. You're not taking your husband's last name. Is she planning on working after the baby's born? She's going to let someone else raise her kid after she goes back to work. Does your husband mind that you make more money than him? Are you really fulfilled as a stay-at-home mom? She's too old to be doing another degree. What about starting a family? I know she's the most experienced person in the business who's done the most work, but we can't make a woman vice president. The other men wouldn't be comfortable with it. She's not just a pretty face. Oh, you work in mining. Are you a secretary? I know you're a partner in this board meeting, but can you please take the minutes and make the tea? Women are just better at that stuff. Women are sly. They're snakes. Women can't be trusted. We don't say these things about men. If we did, people would, they'd just look at us funny, right? Like we've lost our minds. Saying these things about women, though, is totally normal. And it starts young. We tell little girls what to wear. We punish girls for wearing things that might distract boys at school. Girls are taken out of class for wearing strappy tops and distracting boys. And so his education is prioritized over hers. We teach young girls that the burden of responsibility is on them. Girls mustn't tempt men. Girls mustn't tease men. Girls mustn't intimidate men. Don't distract the boys. Don't make the male teachers uncomfortable. We don't want the boys to target you or intimidate you. That skirt is too short. Your bra straps are showing. You have a nipple stand. Cover up. Don't be bossy. Don't be too loud. Don't make a scene. Don't answer all the questions in class. Don't be a know-it-all. Don't be a show-off. This sends an incredibly powerful message to children. We teach children that girls are dangerous and powerful, and we sexualize their bodies, and we teach boys to objectify and harass girls. It goes beyond this, though. It speaks to a much deeper hatred of girls. Why do I say this? Boys have been banned from school for having hair that is too long or for dressing too effeminately. Why? Because they look like girls, and society hates girls. You scream like a girl. You run like a girl. Don't be such a girl. We hate girls. This messaging throughout my childhood and adolescence turned me into someone who wanted to be liked, who wanted to please, who couldn't say no, who wouldn't demand to be paid what I was worth, who was messaging my bestie at 5 o'clock in the morning in a total panic because what was I doing? How could I start a business? What right did I have? What did I know about anything? And then I started that business. And as part of my branding, I started creating content for women. Women who know what this feels like, women who are also struggling with a deep-seated fear that they just don't have the right to money, wealth, power, success. It's taken me 38 years to find my voice, and that's what starting my business in my car has done for me. And now I want to help other women find theirs. What's interesting is that the more I share my thoughts and beliefs about feminism and the strength of women, the better my business does. I was very fearful of putting myself out there as part of my business. I was fearful of marketing myself. I was fearful of saying, my name is Ashley, and I'm a copywriter who is also a feminist and who wants to help women find their voices. in their businesses. And then I published a blog about 3 months ago that has brought me more exposure and more work than I could possibly have imagined. It's taught me the importance of being fearless in authenticity and in my authentic brand voice. It's brought in clients and it's made me stand out in my niche, which has increased my revenue. The blog is on my website. It's about something pretty awful that happened to me on a train one night. It's a very private story, and I really questioned whether I should publish it or not, but publishing it was the best thing that I ever did. And it's taught me that being authentic in your business is one of the most important things you can do as part of your marketing campaign. So the things that I have learned in my life as a woman are these. Resilience can be built, and it smashes fear in the face. Facing the fear of being authentic and being authentic in a way that is true to you will bring you success in your business. And the final thing that I've learned, and I will leave you with this, is that if you see a nurse or a care worker in the shops or on a train, say thank you. Let them in ahead of you in the queue at the shops or at the bank. They're scared and they're tired. They're tired in a way that's inconceivable, particularly during this time. Thank you, Charla, for having me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ashley. That was fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you
Awesome.
so much.
Well, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, Ashley, as to how the ladies can connect with you. I know I sent out with the agenda today everybody's email addresses and websites and all that great stuff. And I encourage everyone to stay in touch with all the great speakers today. So I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker, Sandra. So Sandra, if you want to turn on your sound and video, and if you want to start working on getting your PowerPoint going, and I'm going to introduce you. Sandra Wallace is an OCD coach and registered psychiatric nurse. Sandra has 28 years of experience working with OCD, both on a professional and a personal level. For 14 years, she attended training in the United States annually to learn about OCD and the recent changes and challenges in the OCD world. She is passionate about helping others overcome their OCD. So you just got the sound on Sandra. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Oh, there we go. She is passionate about helping others overcome their OCD, and her most exciting part of work is helping to coach others to achieve results so that they can live a life that matters. Her main focus is to get people from fear to freedom, for she describes fear as being false evidence appearing real. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Sandra Wallace.
August 10th, 1995, as I sit here once more in a walk-in clinic. I look down at my hands so emaciated, raw, red, and bleeding. I'm embarrassed to be here. I wonder, is this doctor going to tell me what all the other doctors told me? That I need help, but then not be able to direct me to anyone that could be helpful in figuring it all out. It's September 25th, 1995, 9:30 in the morning. As I sit across from Dr. Rowan, she asked me so many questions that I couldn't even imagine talking about. How does she even know to ask those questions? I've always felt bad having these terrible thoughts. I never wanted to share them with the outside world. It's apparent as the session progresses that she is putting all the broken pieces of my life together. How could I ever imagine living without anxiety? Maybe these behaviors and thoughts are just who I am and who I've become. It was then that I realized I was determined to confront this thing called OCD, whatever that may look like and however long it may take. And so I began my journey to share it with the world so that there are less people who suffer in silence. I'm ready to give you the secret equation that I have already shared with hundreds of people. an easy, concrete approach that is designed to support you in your journey to live a more fulfilling life. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Hello? Hello there.
Yeah, we see you. We hear you.
Okay,
You're good.
wonderful. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you, Charla and Ashley, for the great conversation up to this point. And I just want to thank One Woman for everything that they believe in and they stand by. I'm really more than honored to be here. And I just want to let you know that this is my first summit. So I'm surrounded by some amazing women and I look forward to the rest of the day as well. So first of all, I just want to go over some learning objectives that we're going to cover in today's session, being the definition of OCD, some statistics, and get to understand the vicious cycle of what occurs when someone's experiencing OCD. And the second half will lead into habituation and some of the approaches we can use in overcoming this very debilitating disease and disorder. And we will end with some of the exposure and response prevention techniques as well as types. So what is definition of OCD? We often use that word interchangeably and we sometimes say our OCD is acting up today, but truly to have OCD, one must have an obsession. And the obsession is usually unwanted, intrusive, impulsive. And the person does not want to have the obsession take place. So as a result, they perform a compulsion. Now, a compulsion is an act that they do to cancel out the obsession that causes such tremendous anxiety. Now, statistics show that 2 to 3% of the population will have diagnosed OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder. I really believe that percentage is much higher because for a couple reasons. One, people do not come to get help. They do not research or search out help when they're living with OCD because it is very debilitating and it can also be very embarrassing. So that reflection on statistics may be a lot higher. Nevertheless, 1 in 40 adults living with a constant anxiety is due to this type of disorder. As a result, people live decades in isolation, sometimes their entire life in isolation because they're too afraid to reach out. Have any of you in the audience ever experienced a time when you've lost your keys or locked your keys in the car, or possibly your child slipped under that coat rack for that split second and you weren't able to lay eyes on them? Well, us living with OCD often experience that same physical and psychological symptoms that are triggered by those types of scenarios. With the exception, when us as individuals that don't have OCD experience this, as soon as the issue is resolved, we come back to our natural state. That's not the case with people living with OCD. Often our anxiety is hypervigilant and we maintain that higher level of anxiety. So if I could just quickly show you the cycle of OCD, it starts with the obsession, which is that unwanted or intrusive thought. It lends itself to incredible amount of anxiety, which compels us to perform a ritual, a compulsion. That word is used interchangeably. And as a result, it reduces the anxiety. But what one fails to recognize is the anxiety that is reduced is only temporary until OCD rears its ugly face again and presents another obsession. So what I do to teach people as an OCD coach is help them to jump out of this vicious cycle, ideally between the obsession and the anxiety, but at some point to recognize what's taking place. And it's really, truly hard to see that when you are first diagnosed with OCD because it's hard to see the picture when you're actually in the frame. So I help people to step out of the frame and see things more objectively. Next, we're going to talk about some more common types of OCD. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is some of the more common ones that you or someone you know or your loved one may experience. Now, the O stands for the obsession. When it comes to contamination, people are preoccupied with maybe germs, colors, or the certain surroundings in that they deem as life-threatening. So as a result, they avoid the object or place where others may have been in direct contact. I know for myself in this scenario, if I was ever around the color red, I associated that with blood, and I was never able to be around things that were red. There's many more other types, but one of the compulsions, the common compulsions when it comes to contamination, is pulling our arms of our sleeves over our hands to turn a doorknob, or maybe use our elbow to flush a toilet, or our foot to kick the flusher in the toilet or open up a doorway. Now that's may or may not be more discrete types of compulsions. Or this is another one where people may use a certain phrase in their mind to cancel out the obsession. They may have a special number. My numbers were 3 and 5, that they have to repeat a certain phrase over and over until it neutralizes the obsession, which means just lets go of the obsession and cancels it out. Or maybe more obvious signs of compulsions in this regard, where people will wear gloves or dress in layers to protect themselves. The next one is checking. The obsession here lies in the need and the compelling urgency to check repeatedly. In this case scenario, we have a very unrealistic and excessive responsibility for catastrophic events that might occur. The whole purpose behind our checking is to save someone or save a situation from occurring that can become catastrophic. In my situation, a lot of it was spending ample time checking appliances, checking the stove, the curling iron, the light fixtures, the taps, the faucets, just to play it safe and make sure that everything was going to be okay. Another big one is what we call hit and run OCD, where we retrace our route in our vehicle for fear of hitting someone, a pedestrian or someone in a parked vehicle or a driving vehicle. What would take me normally 10 minutes to get to work could take 2 to 3 hours because I would retrace my routes. If a siren went by, an ambulance or a fire truck or a police car, I would turn my vehicle around and follow them to the scene of the crime, as I would put it. And I would take full responsibility in my mind for something bad to occur. The next one is scrupulosity. This is around moral and ethical and religious issues, and it may have a strong association with religion or ethic symbols. So again, looking at statues or attending church, people may have to involve themselves in repetitive religious practices. So they seek plenty of assurance from others, and that others may come in the form of a deacon, a priest, a minister, whoever they look up to in the way of their religious beliefs, to make sure that they did not do something wrong. And so another way they may avoid is to avoid religious symbols, or in some cases, avoid church altogether or going to services. So symmetry, when it comes to the obsession here, people get fixated with objects or items having to be arranged in a certain order, pattern, or location. And so some things you may see in others or yourself is that they arrange and rearrange angles or line up by color or alphabet or labels, just to feel the anxiety lessen and have things in a certain systematic approach. This next one, harm, when it comes to obsessions, it's a huge one for people with OCD. And it is one that a lot of clients come to me, and unless I ask them the right questions, they are not forthcoming with this because it is so humiliating to have these thoughts. We don't want to share them with the outside world, as I mentioned in the video. Thoughts of killing our loved ones, ourselves or others accidentally, or even worse, deliberately. We may continue to think about it in an effort to reassure ourselves that others are safe, or somehow undo the thoughts. And so therefore we avoid certain places, situations, or shop objects. So for example, if you are afraid of taking a knife and harming someone, you may put all your cutlery away. You may eat with your fingers. You may only use plastic utensils, which, by the way, all of those examples were my life for a long time. You may avoid going to restaurants with steak knives, such as the Keg, or cutlery stores where you know that they hold a lot of cutlery and sharp objects. So as a compulsion, they desperately try to stop thinking about the unpleasant thought and make sure they don't act on it. So again, avoidance, keeping our environment under control. OCD is all about control. And somehow magically we think we can control things from happening or not happening. So how do we worsen our OCD? Individuals living with OCD feel guilty and struggle with their thoughts. This struggle makes them more persistent and chronic. So really the only solution to this, to overcome our OCD, is to let go of that struggle. And that's really easier said than done. Because if only we could recognize, and this is something when I got diagnosed in '95, if I would have just believed it long enough to see otherwise, that avoiding the feared situation only makes the fear stronger. What people don't realize is that by staying in that feared situation, the fear lessens over time. But I want you to know, if you're someone here that's living with OCD, or have a loved one or a colleague or an acquaintance living with it, you're not alone. The chain of thoughts that occur typically with people are catastrophical, and we have that exaggerated sense of responsibility. Therefore, as part of a coach, I help people through recovery by a step-by-step approach. We need to recognize the familiar cycle or pattern of obsessions and compulsions. Here's some examples that I've come across in myself and others that are common chains of thoughts. I'll be unable to stop thinking about it. Having this thought means I will go crazy, become violent, or even lose total control. Having a real violent thought means I really want to do it, and thinking about it means I am a terrible person. Now, in an example I want to use quickly, one of my clients actually called me one day and asked me to admit her to a psychiatric hospital. And I walked through and supported her to help her to recognize that this was her OCD and not her. And we had to keep the two different themes separate entities. So we need to look at addressing the anxiety rather than the obsession. And how do we do that? We start with habituation. One must develop and strategize ways to weaken the mental connection between the situation and the distress that one experiences from them. We also need to weaken OCD through practice, what we call habituation. The reduction in response strength with repeated stimulus presentation. So example, the fear declines as feared objects is faced over and over. It's kind of like watching a scary movie. The first time you watch it, you may watch it with your eyes shut or partially eyes open, but by the second or third time, it doesn't trigger the same response as it did in the initial showing of the movie. And through repeated exposure and increased tolerance of the sensation without engaging in those covert, subtle, or obvious avoidance behaviors, we do learn to be less afraid of the sensations. Now, in habituation, there's 4 main points: intensity, frequency, duration, and change. They all have to be present for that to occur. Now, for respect for the speakers coming up in my time, I'm going to move to the next slide. How does this all happen? It happens by developing the #1 treatment modality out there and implementing it, called CBT. That stands for cognitive behavior therapy. And if we break that word down, cognitive referring to specific methods and techniques that help us change our faulty ideas and beliefs prevalent within us. I always say that fear, the acronym for fear, is false evidence appearing real. Most of the things we fear never come to fruition. And so if we can change our behavior and have specific methods for changing our behavior and how we perceive the world, the actions as the rituals can be discounted and they can be eliminated from our life. Now, that is a therapeutic response, and our results will become therapeutic as a result of it. So the number one type of effective standalone therapy within CBT is called ERP, exposure response prevention. This involves gradual exposure to feared situations, and we deliberately put ourselves in the situation without performing the compulsion, and we start to break down the walls, and we start to live again, because for many people, we're merely existing. So again, we need to recall habituation and apply the two main principles of ERP. We need to stay in the presence of a feared situation, which stands for the E, and we need to prevent ourselves from doing the regular ritual. Now, this will weaken or eliminate the distress that comes with the obsession, as well as the rituals. Studies have shown over the years, 75% of people who take on a treatment program have success substantially and can last for 18 months or longer following treatment. I know for myself with contamination, I've had every type of OCD out there, but with contamination, 99% of my contamination fears are still at bay. So I would like to share just this quick result of my YBOC when I started in 1995. A YBOC is an assessment scale, and I ranked 30 out of 40 on that scale. So it shows you at what point I was. Now, having a higher grade usually is a good thing, but in this case, it's not. It means that I was in the severe range of OCD. So the types of OCD are two: in vivo and imaginal. In vivo, we directly confront our activity, but we do it gradually. We don't throw someone into their fears. We start with the subjective units of distress scale, and we rank the anxiety from lowest to highest, and we work with the lowest anxiety first. Now, in vivo, it may be something such as wanting to be exposed to water or fear for water. So over time, we're able to sit in that boat in the middle, and eventually with exposure response prevention, be at the front of the boat. In both cases, hopefully wearing a life jacket. Now, in some scenarios, such as hit and run OCD, we can't do that as real live exposure. So we need to be creative. And I love the creativity that comes with the exposure. And one of them is doing imaginal exposure, where we have to list the type of event as if it's actually occurring, and have it playing over and over in a loop tape, or listening or reading out a script on it. And it must include somatic and emotional psychological symptoms to be effective. So I know that's a quick rundown, but I want you I want to leave you with this. Imagine if you could learn to recognize OCD for what it truly is. If you recognize that vicious cycle and intervene to prevent the completion of the OCD cycle, what would your life look differently? If you could learn the techniques and skills needed to overcome your symptoms and live each day fearlessly, I want to leave you with a few questions. Your choice, what choice do you have? One of three. You could continue to live with OCD on your own and do nothing. You could try to overcome your OCD on your own. Or thirdly, you could work and have support and someone to coach you alongside your journey. And if there's something more that you want to speak in regards to this, I'm more than happy to offer a free 15-minute discovery call where we can dive a little deeper into the needs of specific needs and create tailor-made programs for you. Now, this is a closing, and I just want to ask that if you want to, feel free to share your struggles, victories, and wins on our closed Facebook page. Feel free to do so. The email and website and phone number are up on the screen, and I'm more than happy to take questions throughout the day. Thank you all for being here, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Sandra. That was fantastic. So if you can hit your stop share on your screen, and I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. Jackie, are you there? And if you just want to turn off your video, Sandra, as well.
I am here, Charlotte.
Hey, Jackie, how are you?
Good. Sorry that you've got a cold.
Oh, man, I tell you.
Yeah. What a
Been
nuisance.
It's what you get when you burn the candle at every end.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you, Jackie, and you can take it away. So now from Los Angeles, California, comes a sensational storyteller with a true story of intense passion that will blow your mind, inspire you, entertain you, and leave you breathless. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She is on a mission to ignite passion in the hearts of women everywhere. Jackie draws on a lifetime of pushing the envelope, taking big risks, and challenging the status quo. Hi, yeah, ladies. She's been married a few times. She's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and followed her gut to a life of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Now, Jackie invites you to come to the edge with her. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies. You're in for a treat. Please welcome the one and only Jackie Somerville.
Thank you, Charla. Hi, everybody. So I am actually going to talk to you about my favorite F words today, because that was what was up on the website. And I thought, well, which speech am I going to give you today? And what stories am I going to tell you? You know, all my stories are kind of juicy. So I'm going to start today by talking about Paris. Paris, France. And the very first time, well, actually the second time, I went to Paris on a shoestring budget. Have you guys ever traveled on a shoestring budget? You know, when you have to scrape up your last dollar to buy the cheapest ticket that's available? Well, that's what I did for that trip. So of course, there was kind of a dread as well as excitement. Excited to go to France, excited to be in Paris for a while, excited to join my sister and brother-in-law in the Loire Valley to wine taste for weeks and have this amazing trip. But I also had this dread about the 10 hours in that little cramped tube that I was going to have to sit throughout the night, knowing full well I wouldn't sleep sitting straight up in that seat. And so there was this kind of dread about the flight, but excitement about the trip. And off I went. And of course, it was hellishly uncomfortable for about 10 hours. And I didn't sleep a wink. And I ate that nasty food in the little plastic tray that was served to me. And I landed in Paris feeling a little scratchy and definitely exhausted. And I went outside to get the bus, because God forbid that I should spend any money on a taxi or a limo or a driver. Went outside, standing outside Charles de Gaulle with all the people smoking out there, misery, it was raining, and I'm waiting for the bus to take me down into Paris so that I could go to my hotel, and I've got my enormous suitcase, 3 weeks worth of luggage with me, waiting and waiting and waiting, and the bus doesn't show up. People are starting to ask questions. Anybody who could speak English, I was like searching for answers. What's going on? Where's the bus? How am I going to get to Paris? My boyfriend was waiting for me at the hotel. He'd arrived early. He wasn't there to pick me up at the airport or to meet me there. Red flag numero uno, right? Anyway, I'm standing there and nothing is happening. 2 hours go by and now somehow I have to get into Paris. So I end up having to pay for a taxi anyway. The driver doesn't understand me. I don't understand him. He's never heard of the hotel I'm staying at. He drops me in the middle of traffic in the middle of Paris. And he goes, "It's somewhere here." Well, there I am. Now, how many hours am I into this, having not slept for a couple of days? And I'm dragging that huge suitcase around, completely lost. In 1999, which is when this was, there were no smartphones and cell phones. The coverage was way too expensive to use them overseas at that time. So I was walking around, not being able to speak the language, exhausted, carrying my big suitcase, lost, and quite frankly, on the verge of tears. When I finally found my way to that hotel, I remember so clearly opening the door and the room being dark and my boyfriend being fast asleep, not even in the lobby to greet me, not even awake to greet me after my harrowing journey. Fast asleep. So I crept in, put my suitcase down, lay on the bed, and went to sleep. And of course, there was a little resentment that had built in me. So the next day, the relationship was heck of strained. And I kept thinking to myself, what am I doing? Why am I in this relationship? What has become of my life? This is not the life I signed up for. This life of struggle, this life of making ends meet somehow, of sitting way in the back of the plane, of getting there all exhausted on the verge of tears. What had I signed up for? What had I accepted in my life? If I'd had money, if I'd had financial freedom, I would have said to that man right there and then, my darling, you stay in this room. I'm going to get my own hotel room, and I wish you luck and have a nice life. Because I'm an empowered, financially successful, financially free, independent woman, and I don't have to put up with anything that is not at the level of my standards. Well, I can tell you that I went home from that trip with a decision that I was never, ever going to travel like that again, that I was never going to be in a relationship like that again, that I was never going to stay in something that wasn't good just because I didn't have the money. I was going to make the money. I was going to become a wealthy, financially independent woman. So what did I do? I sat down and I got super clear about what standards I did have, about what my life ought to look like, about what I was laying claim to. And I said, from this moment on, I am flying first class. From this moment on, I am wearing the fashion that I choose to wear. From this moment on, I am going to be in a relationship that's right and that's good because I want to, not because I have to. From this moment on, I'm not going to be with somebody because I need to share the costs of the trip, to share the costs of the hotel room, to share. No, I'm going to be able to afford everything myself so that for the rest of my life, I don't have to do something that is not good or right. So let's contrast that trip to another trip I took to Paris in 2017. This time, I was a multimillionaire. This time, there was no dread in my stomach about that flight. I was so excited because I arrived at the airport, and from the moment I arrived, I walked into the very special, beautiful first-class lounge, first-class check-in. From the moment I arrived, I was treated like a star. Went into the first-class lounge, had some magnificent champagne, some beautiful canapes. Taken onto the plane, not just said, your seat's down there, good luck. Oh, Miss Somerville, welcome to the flight. Let me show you to your seat. Would you like a duvet? Would you like a sleeper suit and some slippers this evening? Yes, I would love that, thank you. Would you like us to make your bed for you right now? Bed, yes, bed. And how would you like your steak cooked? Contrast that to that flight I just mentioned. I felt like I mattered. I felt like I was living up to my standards. I felt like I was being treated the way we all deserve to be treated. And I'd made that happen, and I'm going to tell you today how you can make that happen in your life too. It's not a secret. It's not just something reserved for a few. It's available to every single one of us once we've made that decision. And I made that decision. So I arrived in Paris, and this time I was staying at the famed Ritz, not a Ritz-Carlton, the Paris Ritz, which stands alone. The place where Princess Diana spent her last evening. I always wanted to go to the Ritz at least once in my life, even though I'm not a gold tap kind of a girl. I'm more into minimalist style and design. And they have gold swan taps at the Ritz in Paris. That's the kind of place it is. Lots and lots of chintz and lots of florals and all of that kind of stuff, and antiques and gold gilded everything. Not my style, but oh man, does it just feel right at the Ritz in Paris. So I wanted to stay there. So after my magnificent flight of sleeping flat out on that bed under that duvet, just like a baby waking up the next morning to omelets and scrambled eggs and whatever my heart desired and cappuccinos on the plane, we landed. And the moment the door opened, the flight attendant came to me and she said, Miss Somerville, your driver is here at the plane waiting for you. Not inside the terminal, not at the baggage claim, at the plane. Because that's what the Ritz does. They send the driver to the plane. That driver took my hand luggage. He walked me to the baggage. He got my baggage for me. He walked me outside and he handed me over to the chauffeur. The chauffeur then took me into Paris to the Ritz, where the carpet was red and the service was laid out and I was made to feel so special. Can you contrast that to my Paris on a shoestring journey? And I arrived in my magnificent room and there was this tower of beautiful little madeleines and fondants and chocolates and all sorts of amazing things, and a bottle of champagne and a letter from the general manager welcoming me. And I was like, this is the life I signed up for. And you know what else? I had a magnificent photo shoot scheduled for my trip to Paris that time, because I was rebranding my business. I was creating a whole new website and I needed new photographs. And so I had a photo shoot in Paris and I went shopping the very next day. And I purchased a beautiful new dress from Dolce & Gabbana, a beautiful dress from Roland Mouret. I purchased some things from Chanel for my photo shoot. And I had a beautiful photo shoot and I was able to up-level my brand and up-level my business and spend money on my business. That enabled me to reach even more people, to share the messages on my heart. See, money enables us to do so many things. It's so much more than flying first class and wearing fabulous clothes. Money enables us to expand our reach and to help others. As Charlotte had mentioned in the introduction, we teach people how to fish. We don't just give them fish. So when you are wealthy and you're able to share your message, you're able to lift others up. You're able to help others out of poverty. Heck, you get to help others out of struggle and into overflow. Because I don't believe in just earning enough. I believe in overflow. I believe in having so much money that you can help anybody your heart desires, that you can live your life according to your standards so that you no longer have to compromise. Oh my goodness. Compromise. Ugh, I can't stand it. Yes, I know sometimes in relationships we have to pick our battles and so on. That's not what I'm talking about. But I don't believe we should ever have to compromise our standards. Compromise our ability to help others. Say no to somebody who's desperate for our help just because we can't afford it. Where are you in your life? Where are you financially? So when I talk about my favorite F words, financial freedom, financial overflow is the very first thing. But what does that enable us to do? Freedom enables us to do so much. I actually looked up the definition of freedom because I thought, this is a word we all understand what it means. But it was interesting to see the dictionary definition of it. The power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. Now, the interesting word there for me given what I do in the world with Charla, which is helping women into financial overflow, helping women build million-dollar and multi-million-dollar businesses, helping women become entrepreneurs, doing what they love. The power or right to act. Act being the operative word. Now you can think and speak as you want in a free country, hopefully, God willing, let's hope that continues. You can do those two things without money, but you cannot act as one wants without hindrance or restraint, without money in a capitalist society, which is where most of us live. So like it or not, total freedom comes with financial overflow. Another incredible favorite F word of mine is fun. So Charla and I are absolutely obsessed and dedicated in helping you create a business that you love. Because what is the point of having financial overflow if you're not happy? I have been happy broke and I have been happy rich. I prefer happy rich. Happiness is something that we can have no matter what our current state is. And I'm going to help you in a moment with how to feel enough and how to feel happy right now in this moment, because that's also going to help you get rich. So, acting requires wealth, but we want you to be able to act and get wealth by having fun and by doing what you love. So 100 Most Powerful Women is all about looking like a million, feeling like a million, impacting millions, and making millions of dollars. Because all of those things enable us to have fun, to develop amazing friendships. Another F word that I absolutely love. It enables us to give. I know it's a phonetic F, but philanthropy is a favorite F word of mine. No one embodies philanthropy like Charla Brown does. No one inspires that in others more than she does. She has inspired it more in me than it was ever there. And she's inspired it more in all of our amazing members around the world. So with big hearts, we're creating million and multi-million dollar businesses so that we can live the way I just described my current trips to Paris look like. And we can also give to others and help others get out of struggle, get out of poverty, get out of brokenness. So I want to go back and talk to you a little bit about how, because I'd said to you that I was going to help you with how I did it. I've already mentioned the first critical part, which was making a decision. It was making a decision that never, ever again was I going to travel like that, accept that kind of relationship, wear those kind of clothes, lug that suitcase around, stand for 2 hours outside of Charles de Gaulle waiting for a bus. Never again. A bus, by the way, that never arrived. Never again. So it starts with a decision. What are you going to decide today? What are you going to be available for from this moment on? And Charla and I are particularly obsessed with entrepreneurship. Yes, if you're in a profession that you love, if you're in a job that you love, that is so amazing and so incredible. And we are so thrilled for you. But what we find is most people who work for somebody else don't really love it. If that's you, and you either have a business that's not working for you right now, or you would love to be an entrepreneur, you have ideas, you have dreams, and it's just not materializing, then look into joining 100 Most Powerful Women, or look into at least applying, because we do this by an application process. We will reach out and speak to you and see if it's a good fit for you. But we believe in entrepreneurship because that gives a woman financial freedom. And that means you can make your money doing what you love. You know, I've made money in various different ways, millions of dollars in my life, and nothing gives me more joy than doing it by using my own gifts and talents, sharing those with others, and doing what I love to do. So what do you love to do? So make a decision that you're never going to be broke again, that you're never going to struggle again, and then make a decision that you're going to become financially free and in financial overflow by doing what you love, by doing what fills your heart, because fulfillment is another critical F word. And we find that the majority of women get fulfillment by getting into financial overflow, by doing what they love to do. So if that's not you yet, then talk to us. If that's what's on your heart and you want that, but you're just not breaking through yet, we can help you. So the power of a decision. The decision was the very first thing. Getting clear on my standards and getting crystal clear on my desires. What did I want? If I didn't want that horrific journey, my life to continue looking like that, what did I want it to look like? And I got out my journal, got out my pen. Here's my, actually, this is a British Airways first class pen that I happen to be holding today. So what did I want? I got super clear and I wrote it down. Have you written down what you really want? By the way, exposure to how other people live, exposure to different lives really helps you to decide what you're no longer available for. So if somebody else is living a life that you're not yet living and you're looking at them going, they're so lucky and that's just reserved for them, and feeling jealous or envious, I want you to stop that right now. I want you to look at that as a sign from the divine that you too can have that. Jealousy and envy will stand in the way of your riches. That's building a wall between you and wealth. Don't be jealous and envious of others. Rather, put yourself in their area. Go and fly with the eagles so that pretty soon you become as proficient at flying as they are. Put yourself in those environments. So joining a group like 100 Most Powerful Women puts you in this place where you are soaring with eagles, where a rising tide lifts all boats, where you can feel happy for others. Who are you surrounding yourself with? What kind of experiences are you surrounding yourself with? Go out there and look for those who are living a better life. And don't look at them longingly with jealousy. Look at them as a sign from the divine that you too can live that life, because you can. I went from that girl standing in the rain waiting for the bus that never came to that girl who flew first class, who flies first class, who's able to buy whatever her heart desires. And by the way, help others do the same. So the power of a decision, the power of crystal clear clarity on what you truly desire, the power of surrounding yourself with others, like-minded thinkers, those who are living at the standards that you subscribe to and that you desire for yourself. Join a group, whether it's ours or somebody else's. Surround yourself with eagles. You will begin to soar like them. So I got clear, I wrote it down. Then what happened? Well, I exercised another critical F word. This is something Charla and I believe in, and this is what we help our members tap into, and that is faith. Faith. And I don't mean faith in a religious sense necessarily, although if that's your faith, I love it. I just mean faith. Faith in life, faith in God, faith in the divine. Whatever you refer to this amazing presence that's never in absence, to whatever it is that created the universe, there is a presence that's in you and all around you that is just waiting to help you. It's waiting to help you lay claim for what you desire in your life. See, I believe our desires come from the divine, that they are not wrong, that that little girl that young woman who desired first class, that young woman who desired all the fashion her heart desired, that young woman who desired to become a philanthropist, those desires came from the divine. There was nothing wrong with them. So open your heart to your desires and don't judge your magnificent desires. I believe they come from God. So faith is a huge part of what Charlotte and I buy into, what we teach, what we encompass. Everything that we do has a backbone of faith. So those who join 100 Most Powerful Women get to feed off of that and buy into that and believe for themselves, because we have faith in them even when they don't have faith in themselves. Faith, it's so very important. So when I wrote down all my desires, I then believed for them. I bought in completely with total faith that they were going to come true, that I was being divinely guided, and that all I had to do was believe for it and then take my next step. Charlotte also talked in the introduction about taking the next step. How do you know what your next step is? This is another reason why we believe so much in mentorship, in coaching, in joining a group. Because clarity on your next step is very hard when you're on your own, when you are feeling fear around your financial situation, feeling fear around whether you're in the right business, feeling fear around your marketing, your sales, your messaging. How do you know what the next step is? This is something else that we pride ourselves on so much, is that we help our members get crystal clear on what the next step is. We can tell that in an instant. So we work so closely with our members to know intimately their life, their business, and what the next right step for them is. Because as Charlotte quoted Martin Luther King Jr. so beautifully in the beginning, all you have to do is to know the next step and take it in faith. And oh man, do we ever encompass and live and breathe that in 100 Most Powerful Women. So I got crystal clear on what I wanted. I adopted undying faith that everything that I desired and wrote down was coming my way under grace in a perfect way, and that I didn't need to know exactly how. But I did need to take some steps, some of the things that I could do. So I had to dig deep and say, what can I do right now for my own life? Because you do have to walk in the direction of your dreams. Ladies, and if there are any gentlemen on here, we have to have the courage to walk in the direction of our dreams. Why? Because we have free will. We have free will. And so whether you believe in God or a divine universe, whatever the spiritual presence is, it cannot give you what you are not prepared to give yourself. So if you are not prepared to walk in courage and take those next steps, no matter how hard they are, you will not get what your heart desires, because you have free will and the divine cannot give you what you are not prepared to walk towards. This is the Fearless Women's Summit. Fearless is another favorite F word. Of course it is. And we all know, we call it fearless because we are striving to be fearless, but we all know that we all feel some level of fear. So what is the solution to that? It's recognizing it It's feeling it, and it's walking in the face of it anyway. So whatever fear you're feeling right now, I'm going to encourage you to somehow get the courage, use faith to access courage, to take the next step, even if it is in fear, in that direction of your dream. Even if it is not directly related, what can you do right now to improve your life that is in your control? Because that's what I did back then. I did whatever was in my control in that moment. I got healthier. I got fitter. I got a new job that paid me more money so that I wasn't struggling quite so much. All the while focusing on my dreams, all the while believing that the millions were coming. So, faith, clarity, the power of a decision, surrounding yourself by those who lift you up, the courage to take the next step, the clarity to know what the next step is for you. And then the step after that, this is what mentorship does. This is what surrounding yourself with like-minded, smart, brilliant, successful women does. Gives you crystal clear clarity and incredible support and love. So, another one of my favorite F words is femininity, because Charlotte and I believe in getting into the flow. There are so many wonderful men who teach entrepreneurship in this world, and I love them for what they do, but man, are they hung up on hustle and grind. Oh, good Lord, their ego really needs them to prove to you that they worked so hard, that they hardly sleep at all, that they're just hustling and grinding and pushing all day long and every day. It's no wonder so many people go, well, that's not for me. Entrepreneurship is not for me. I'm obviously just meant to work for somebody the rest of my life. Financial overflows for other people. Yeah, because they make it sound so darn hard, don't they? That's masculine energy and that's ego. And we're going to invite you to drop that right now. We're going to invite you to drop the notion that it has to be hard, that it has to be a giant big grind, that you have to push a whole big boulder up a hill your whole life in order to have financial freedom. We're going to lovingly invite you to drop that thought today. Get into the feminine flow. This is why faith is so important in what we do. This is why 100 Most Powerful Women is all about looking like a million and feeling like a million, because we don't believe in killing yourself on the journey to the top of the mountain. We believe in getting into flow, in paddling down the stream, in letting the current take you down. Are there times when you have to face your fears and walk forward like a courageous lioness? Yes, there are. But do you have to keep pushing that boulder up a hill until it falls down on you and you feel squashed and exhausted? No. Let's leave that whole theory up to the boys. Let their egos continue to tell them that that's the way it has to be and that's the only way to do it. We know that there's a feminine way. There's a feminine way to get in to financial overflow. There is a feminine way to support each other, to build each other up, to stand together as one. There is a feminine way, and it's not competitive. It's collaborative. Makes me think of another favorite F word of mine, which is friendship. Friendship and partnership. You know how honored and blessed that I feel to be a friend of Charlotte Brown, to be a partner with her in business. And the joy that it brings us to witness women becoming friends in our incredible organization of 100 Most Powerful Women. Women collaborating on business ideas. The philanthropic collaborations will fill your heart to overflowing. We have seen women join forces on the most amazing things, from tackling homelessness, to building homes, to creating schools and art centers. They are collaborating on these most incredible ventures because we don't believe in building businesses in a competitive, what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. No. Collaboration is a feminine way. Dropping competitiveness is a feminine way. Building each other up, walking in faith, holding our heads up high, lifting all of us together. A rising tide does indeed lift all boats. We don't need to be competitive with one another. So friendships and collaborations are so important. Do you know how wonderful it is to feel supported? To feel supported by like-minded women and by mentors who get you and care for you. You know, whether you join 100 Powerful Women or whether you join another group or whoever you choose to work with, truly working with coaches has been the most incredible thing for me, because when I've been stuck in fear, when I've been spiraling around, spinning my wheels, not knowing what to do next, it's so much collaboration, but it's also the knowledge that there's somebody there who gets me, who cares about me, and who is as interested in my success as I am. Because when you are a mentor, like we are, to the women that we're mentoring, their success is our success. We are all so intertwined that Charlotte and I, again, to use that word obsessed, we really are obsessed with everybody's success. And we want every single one of our members to achieve success. That's why we created this organization. That's what drives us. That's what brings tears to our eyes every time we hang up from a coaching call or from a group call. To see and to witness the success of each and every member of the group is so fulfilling to us. So let's circle back to that word fulfillment for a moment. Loving what you do, getting into financial overflow, doing what you love, using your gifts and talents with the world is pretty darn fulfilling. To me, that is fulfillment. And let's also talk about what I was talking earlier about having to be in a relationship that wasn't stellar. Staying in relationships because we have to share the costs of everything, because we cannot afford to go it alone. So we stay with somebody that maybe doesn't treat us like the queen we ought to be treated like. Let's talk about that for a moment. This is another thing that's so near and dear to my heart, and the reason why we love to lift women up into financial overflow, and why we believe in financial freedom so much. There are amazing men out there in the world. When you believe, or women and women, whatever floats your boat, there's men, there's women, there's amazing partners in this world for you. My question is, what is your standard? What is your standard for who you are going to accept in your life from this moment on? When you get into financial overflow, when you do what you love and you make a lot of money doing it, not only can you live the life that you desire and can you help others to do the same, but you can fall in love with who you want to fall in love with, not who you need to accept. So get crystal clear on what you are available for in your life, whether it is, I'm no longer available to fly in the back of the bus. I'm no longer available to be with a man or a woman who doesn't treat me like the divine human that I am. You are a perfect creation. The creator, this creative force that I believe in, doesn't make mistakes. Right now in this moment, I told you I was going to address being enough. Right now in this moment, you are enough. You might not have enough money right now, but you are enough because you were created by a creative force that does not make mistakes. You were given everything you need. Right now you have it in your possession, just like me. I had all of the things that I have now there when I was standing waiting for that bus in the rain at Charles de Gaulle. I have all of that. I had it then. I just had to believe it. I just had to get crystal clear on my standards. I just had to have faith that I had it within me and that I was supported by this divine power. And that I no longer had to stay with somebody who was fast asleep while I was struggling to get there. Now I get to love who my heart wants to love. And their financial situation doesn't play into it. I get to love where my heart leads me. And that is the most beautiful thing. And led me to one of my other favorite F words, by the way. We had to get a little juicy today, right? Because I love that F word too. I love passionate love. I love romance. And when love isn't passionate and romantic and beautiful, what is the point to it? And so I'm able to love who I'm passionate about because I don't need them for anything other than love. What a beautiful situation to be in. So I'm going to ask you today to get crystal clear on your standards. What are your standards? What are your standards around who you love and who loves you, who you allow into your heart? And what are your standards around how you are living and who you are being in the world? Using your own gifts and talents is the key to happiness, in my opinion. Which brings me to another really important thing. Money, financial overflow, financial freedom, financial independence enables us to live up to our full potential. This is one of the most important reasons why money matters. Go back to that definition, the power or the right to act, speak, and think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. That's the definition of freedom. Financial freedom allows us to act without hindrance or restraint. In other words, it allows us to hire the help we need. Financial freedom allows us to get the best coaches so that we can tap into our absolute highest potential. It allowed me to sleep on that plane like a baby and to be nourished and to be well taken care of so I could show up for that photo shoot and make these most incredible, beautiful photographs so that I could elevate my brand and elevate my business even more so that I could show up even more for the world and reach more people with my message. Live up to my full potential. It takes financial overflow to do that. And we want you to live up to your full potential. Because the best definition of happiness I've ever heard in my life is happiness is the joy you feel when you are in pursuit of your full potential. So it's time to raise those standards. It's time to say yes to yourself. It's time to get into financial overflow. And if you would like Charla and I to help you with that, then fill out an application for 100 Most Powerful Women and let's see if you are a right fit for us and we are a right fit for you, because it brings us great joy and great freedom and fulfillment in our lives to be able to help you to get to that place where you never have to stand on the street corner waiting for a bus in the rain because you can't afford a limo and walking into the hotel room and having your partner fast asleep and you on the verge of tears. It is no way to live, and it is how we live when we are not in financial overflow. Let's just say it out loud. That is the truth of it. Telling yourself that struggle, that money is not important is a lie. And if you're telling yourself that, you're blocking money. You're blocking it. Open up to it. Money is a very good thing. It enables you to live up to your standards and to help others to come along with you. Money is a very good thing. Right now, in this moment, you are enough, even though you may not have enough money right now. Remember, always, I am enough. I was created by a creator who does not make mistakes. I am enough. I'm going to step forward and I'm going to use my gifts and talents and I'm going to claim what's rightfully mine because my desires come from the divine and they are not wrong. And I'm ready for them. I'm ready, right? So with that, I'm going to leave you. I send you so much love, and join us on this journey with faith and walk in financial overflow so that you can have fulfillment and freedom. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jackie. That was fantastic and inspiring as always. And it's so true. And I posted the link in the chat for anybody who wishes to apply to be a part of 100 Most Powerful Women. We would love to work with you. Like Jackie said, we're on a mission to help women build million and multi-million dollar businesses, to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions. And every woman deserves that. And we want to help women achieve that, because we know when women make great money, they do really great things in this world. So many women have heart-centered businesses, and you shouldn't have to struggle to make the impact you want to make in the world. You can change this world, and you shouldn't have to struggle to do that. So the application link is there. We only take applications at certain times throughout the year because we're only working with 100 women. And, you know, it is a big effort for us in terms of helping women build, you know, massively successful businesses. So we're going to do some interviews next week. So click on the link, fill out your application, and we'll contact you for an interview to learn more about you, learn more about your business. And as Jackie said, to see that it's a great fit for you and for us, and also to make sure that you are ready, because we are looking for women who are truly ready to stop the financial struggle, to get into financial overflow, and to use the gifts they've been given to be able to help others in this world. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today. Tiffany, do you have video? I can see your name, but not your image. And also your sound looks like it's muted. Are you there, Tiffany? It's muted right now, it looks like. Let me see if I can prompt it. Just 1 second. Gosh, Tiffany asked to unmute. Does that work or help at all? And asked to start video. Does that help at all? I see Tiffany here, but oh, there it looks like maybe the sound works. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. How are you, Tiffany?
Good morning.
Awesome, awesome.
So I have this crazy thing happening with my audio. I cannot hear anything, but it sounds like you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yes, I'm going to give you a thumbs up.
Perfect. So if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce you. 1 second.
I can read.
You can read. Okay, let me type in here. I will intro you.
Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. So I was trying to fix the audio and I said, okay, here we go. Yes.
Okay. So there was no magic bullet for coast-to-coast business and sales strategist Tiffany Largy. She went from being a single mom to building 3 six-figure businesses and onto a 7-figure business by the age of 30. Tiffany began with no capital, but sheer hard work and determination. Today, she helps people create the income, influence, and impact they dream of. She is the creator of Do the Damn Thing, a group which offers business training and support to idea-driven entrepreneurs. She speaks around the world on sales strategy, entrepreneurship, and profit building. She has dedicated her life to end small thinking worldwide. Please welcome Tiffany Largy.
Hip, hip, hooray. So good morning, man. I am so excited and fortunate and grateful that I get the opportunity to be here with you. And what I know for sure is that there's something magical that happens when women, their dreams, their ideas, and their truths get into a room. What's so exciting is that, man, it's like Sunday morning and I'm like, yes, what is inside of your story? So before we get started, I just want to know, What country, city are you in? And what temperature is it where you are right now? Those are the two things I absolutely need to know. Where are you? Who are you? What city are you in? What country are you in? And as I go through this, we're going to spend this time and I'm going to walk you through like a conversation that's really important to me, sisters. And it's important to me for a whole lot of reasons, but specifically because I want to tell you and I want to remind you and I want to give to you that this message, your story, is the most powerful asset that you have. Not a story, but your story. And when you think about like all of the cool things that you want to build, all of the cool things that you want to make happen, all of the cool things that you're like, man, is it possible? I want to be stupidly clear that not only is it the power of a story, but it's more importantly the power of your story. 17 years ago, I was putting my daughters to bed hungry, and they're 18 months apart. And Jada and Maya were as cute as could be. I mean, gosh, I was in love with these girls. But the truth of the matter, guys, is that I couldn't figure it out. I made $10.22 an hour. It was $1,000 per kid to put them in preschool. So I found myself literally negative $400 every single time I turned around. I didn't have enough money to pay my bills. I couldn't mentally figure out how to get the confidence to step up to the plate. And every time I turned around, right, like I had someone telling me what I needed. I had someone saying to me, hey, Tiffany, why don't you get a license? Why don't you get a degree? Why don't you go back to school? Why don't you go get a husband? And I was like, a husband? No, that's definitely what I don't need. That's how we got into this mess in the first place. And the truth of the matter is that all I continued to hear was that this version of Tiffany Largy wasn't enough. Everyone wanted me to be something else. And I kept saying to myself, well, damn it, can't this version of me just be enough? Can't this version of me be the answer? Can't this version of me be the it? The truth of the matter is that once I made a decision to stop thinking small, specifically, guys, when it came to my story, like I went from being this very angry, constantly frustrated single mom to building a handful of multiple six-figure businesses and onto a multiple seven-figure business. And I was thinking to myself this morning, like, you know, because the number one question I get is, Tiffany, how did you do it, right? Like, how did you go from here to here? And I'd love to tell you that I was in the right place at the right time. I would love to tell you that I just stumbled upon an opportunity, or I created code, or I'm super fancy, or I built something, or I invented something, but I did not. I simply made a decision to stop thinking small, specifically when it came to my story. Really quickly, I'm going to ask you to entertain me so that I know you're here and you're present. In the chat, if you can just add your name to the end of this sentence. Stop thinking small. So I looked in the mirror and I said, Tiffany, stop thinking small. Stop thinking small, Tiffany. It wasn't a matter of me thinking big. It was 100% about me not thinking small and then not allowing the people who wanted to continue to think small near me. Now, we don't have a ton of time together, but I want to walk through these three really important principles around not just your story, but the power of your story. Now, truth be told, when I made a decision to stop thinking small, specifically to my story, it was because I needed to make a decision to stop managing other people's insecurities. The number one reason why we actually don't tell our whole life story is because we don't want to hurt other people's feelings. We don't want to infuriate other people. We don't want to alienate them. We don't want them to feel like ... And so what we do is we spend this whole life, especially as women, and we're like, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to tell part of the truth, not all of the truth. I'm going to tell the comfortable part of my story. I want people to get to know me, but I don't want them to get to know all of me. I need to like vet them and make them like this. I need to keep them at bay. All of those things kept me under six figures. When I made a decision to stop thinking small, specifically when it came to my story, not only did I start making money, but I changed the way I made money. I mean, I went from being this angry, pissed off mom who wanted to die the majority of the time. Like, I hated myself. I hated God. I hated all the things and people around me. I was frustrated with seeing 2-parent households. I was frustrated with seeing people who could pay all their bills. And I left that place to building these businesses, but more importantly, creating options for myself and designing my life. I did it without an online funnel. I did it without a course. I did it without even entertaining the internet. Now, the number one reason why your story is so important, because I don't care what you're here to build today, but what I do want to tell you is that not only is your story the greatest asset, but it's one of the most important assets simply for this reason, because there is no other you. If you're really, truly trying to connect with other people and you're like, okay, I absolutely want to attract the perfect customer or client. I want to attract a set of friends, people who are real and clear and down and connected and intimate, and they know me and they get to know me. I can't lead with the thing that the world's already heard before. I can't do that. I absolutely have to lead with the one thing that the world has never heard before. I mean, stay with me in this thought. In the history of this planet, there has never been another Tiffany Largie. And then think about it, like, there will never be another Tiffany Largie, which means if I really, truly want to connect with people, if I really, truly want to put my best foot forward, if I really, truly want to do something different, I'm going to lead with the one thing that the world has never heard before, my story. Now, your story has these key components, but in its truth, it has the good and the bad, and it has the ugly. Now, the ugly part of our story is the most important, but our ugly part of our story is also the part of our story that we really don't want to tell. You know why? Because the ugly part of our story has the shame, it has the fear, it has the rejection, it has all of the things that we run and spend all of our time hiding from. Being a great CEO, whether it's a CEO of your business or the CEO of your life, it requires a form of leadership. For women, that's hard because we have been subject to putting ourselves second, putting ourselves third, fourth, fifth, and 10th, ignoring how we feel, hiding how we feel, managing other people's insecurities. And the truth of the matter is that in order for us to actually win, we have to be sitting in the driver's seat of our lives. But the ugly parts of our story, they prevent us from sitting in the driver's seat because we spend all that time managing other people's insecurities, not wanting to share how we feel. And I don't mean how we feel in terms of a timeline. I'm talking about the truth. You know, there's this crazy statement that says the truth will set you free, right? Anyone ever heard of that? Like, I used to hear it all the time and I thought it was complete, not foolishness, but I definitely thought it was like, eh. But here I stand today after being in business now for almost 20 years, but more importantly, I sold my company 5 years ago. And for those of you who are wondering, the business that I sold, I got to 7 figures by building a business and becoming business partners with Xerox Corporation and Hewlett Packard. I went into technology. And when I sold my company 5 years ago, I walked into this industry. But I don't want you to think I walked into this industry because I was like, oh my gosh, I need to speak. Oh my gosh, I'm dying to be a speaker, a teacher. No, it wasn't like that at all. In business, what we do and what we're called to do is we're called to identify a problem and then present a solution. But lesson number 2, with our story, we find the things that make us the most mad on this planet. Stay with me. So in business, we solve a problem. We solve a problem. We respond to problems. In life, women, we respond to problems too. The truth of the matter, though, is that we build the business that we're supposed to be running, the thing that we're supposed to be doing on this planet. It's rooted and sits inside of your story because your story has the experience on how to solve that problem. Am I making sense? If I'm making sense right now, can you just put the word lips in the chat? If you heard me and you're like, okay, this woman, this random woman with red lipstick is not completely crazy. I think she made some sense. And I think ours, can you just put the word lips in the chat so that I know that I haven't completely lost you and that you're like, okay, she said something useful here and maybe it just makes some sense. We spend all this time as women saying to ourselves, what should I be doing? Am I doing this right? How should I be doing this? What's the right way for me to be doing it? Is this the type of product or service I should be selling? Is this the way I should be selling it? Is this the price for it? Is this the way I should be delivering it to my customers and clients? How should I be doing this? You know what? I'm going to fingers crossed, and I believe that I'm going to be doing this, but deep down inside, we were like, something is off. I can't really put my finger on it, and I can't really articulate it to anybody. And like, I'm trying to explain it. So I either join a women's group, insert eye roll. I go to my church and go to the church women's Bible study, insert eye roll. I join some group in my city and I talk to these women, but I don't really go deep. I kind of voice what I'm thinking and feeling, but I can't really do it all the way. So I end up ending that month, that quarter, that program, that product, that event, feeling just as empty, as weak, and then, and the cycle continues. Then we turn from being 22 to 24, to 24 to 29, 29 to 40. And then we look up when we're 45. And then we look up again, we're 51. And we're going, holy mother of mother flipping Johnson. But the real reason why this happens is because we remove ourselves from owning the whole story. And the whole story, the ugly part, it has the lessons, because it has your experience. And your experience is the fact. Now, the truth of the matter is that some of our story is uncomfortable. Some of our story is going to piss some other people off. Some of our story is going to sound uncomfortable. But man, so when I made a decision to start owning my story, when I came into this industry 5 years ago, so I sold my company and I looked around and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even know how I'm going to get in this place. And I want to be transparent. I really didn't want to teach and speak. I was just like, well, flip. These people over here are making $30,000 a year, teaching them to make 150. Well, that's dumb. How the hell does that work? And then I was like, you guys are teaching these people how to own a business or run a business, and y'all have never even ran a business before. You see, I had to say the word y'all. I don't even use that word. This is how serious this problem was. I was like, listen, guys, I don't even understand this industry, but damn it, I can't allow that. Because I know for a fact that the average person, the average woman or the average person, dreamer, what we call them here at Do the Damn Thing Nation, is trying to build a business because they want to solve their real world problems. Like me, I didn't want to die. And I didn't want to keep putting my kids to bed hungry. That's it. And then I didn't want to have to rely on this man. That's it. Those are the only things I needed to solve. Fast forward, I knew that there were people out there who were dealing with parents who had cancer, parents who were aging, brothers who had cerebral palsy, children who were born with ailments, and they needed more cash and more money in order to step to the plate with that problem, to respond to that problem as they wanted to. The truth of the matter, though, is that the lessons, these amazing lessons, the truth of our story is what actually sets us free. So back in 2015, I was like, man, I can't compete with any of these people here. They have big teams, big offices, they have fancy websites, they got all types of ads going all over the place. And then it was like they were all part of this good old boy system and they knew each other and they helped each other. And I was like, well, what? I don't know anybody. Nobody knows me. Nobody really wants to hear me. And I'm Black. Newsflash. And I was like, and I'm a woman. Newsflash. And I was like, well, shit, how is this going to work out? How is this going to work out? If you can still hear me, can you put the word lips again in the chat? If you can still hear me. I want to make sure you can still hear me. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I wanted to make sure. So I was like, you know what? I can't compete with any of these things, but you know what I can do? I can compete with the one thing that these people do not have. No man or no woman. They do not have my story. So year number one, I took to the stage, and the stage, guys, is wherever, it's your center stage. So I've not taught this before for one woman, but I'm definitely going to teach this now because I think it's so important. And Charlotte, if you can just give me a time check so I know exactly where I am time-wise. Center stage. So the center stage is one of these dynamic things that back then I was waiting. I was waiting for people to see how awesome I was. I was waiting for people to acknowledge me. I was waiting for people to say something great and go, yes, Tiffany, you know a bunch of stuff. Come on over here and teach. come on over here and serve our audience. Come on over here. But I was like, whoo, I was waiting like this, people. I was literally pacing the floor. I was like, this is not working out. This is definitely not working out because nobody knows I'm here. I'm like, nobody knows I'm here and nobody cares I'm here. So instead of me waiting for center stage to become available, I made a decision to take it. So what your story just dictates is that you have a responsibility to take the center stage. You have a responsibility to take the stage that was already designed for you. What I had to learn back in 2015, after building a multi-million-dollar business and coming into this industry where no one knew me, and I really didn't understand the technology game, and I sure as hell had never been on Facebook, I was like, well, I do have my story, and I can't wait for people to give me the stage because they're definitely not. So I need to go and take it. I need to go and take the stage. And what gives me the confidence, or gave me the confidence to go and do that, was my story. It was like, man, I may not have all these teams and all these big buildings, but what I do have, damn it, is my story. And I sure as hell know that what I know is a fact because I've experienced it. A fact is something that an opinion cannot argue with. It becomes irrelevant. And I needed to stand on my facts, which allowed me to stand on my truth, which allowed me to have the confidence to go and take the center stage. Some of you this morning are waiting for the stage to come to you. Whether it's a stage, whether it's a job or your business or your customers or clients, maybe it's in your family or circle of friends or in just in life. You're hoping and praying for the opportunity, but the opportunity doesn't come. The opportunity is not going to come. You have to go and create the opportunity, sis. You got to go create the opportunity. You need to go take center stage, and you need to do it unapologetically. Why? Because it was made for you. The center stage was made for you. I made a decision to take the center stage. 300-400 stages later, over the last 4 or 5 years, and $1 million all over again, I say to myself, you know, every time I think of this important piece, like where does this story thing comes in? Yes, I've built something I'm very proud of today. I've built an entire business based on our story, my story, which is how we hire, it's our teams, it's how I scale, it's the name of our products and programs and live events, it's the name of ... It is the flavor of what we produce online and offline. But most importantly, the thing that I'm most proud of is that Do the Damn Thing is a movement. It's so much bigger than me. And it started because I was willing to face my fears, own the truth, and build a business that started here and focused on the currency that I knew was the most powerful on this planet. It's connection and love and truth. And so for me, it's like, I don't know where you are right now. And as I wrap up, like I want to be crystal clear that it doesn't matter where you are. What matters is that you make a decision for yourself. And what matters is that you make a decision that's non-negotiable. You make a decision to take the center stage, damn it. Because if you don't take the stage that was, man, if you don't take the stage that was already built for you, who will? If you don't go and claim what's yours, who will? If you don't go and tell your story, who will? And damn it, if you let someone else go and tell your story, you know what's going to happen, sis? They're going to get it wrong. They're going to get it so wrong. So wrong. So with this, I'm going to say, I don't have anything super exciting here at the end. I know a few of you have sent me some private messages. Here's what I'm gonna say. If you say, man, I really want help telling my story, you can send an email. That's it. I'm gonna give 2 people time on my own calendar while I'm changing planes in the next 24 hours. And I'm gonna spend 10 minutes on your story. So if you send an email to tiffany@tiffanylargy.com, tiffany@tiffanylargy.com, and you tell me in the title, One Woman, I Need Help with My Story, and tell me what your what's wrong with it, or where do you feel the most trapped? I'm gonna hit reply. So yes, this is open to everybody. It's not first come, first serve. It's gonna be who needs help with their story, and I'm just gonna pick 2. Tiffany@tiffanylargy.com. I am so grateful that you have spent and been here with me. Is there something that you can use to, someone's asking me to get deeper in your story? Sure. If you head to crushitwithyourstory.com, I'll put it in the chat. And it's a very simple, clean, quick download that you can dive into and begin to build your story. So with that, I'm going to say, dun, 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 dun. I love you to pieces. I hope we're connected somewhere in the world on social media. And Charla, thank you so much for having Do the Damn Thing Nation here again.
Awesome. Thanks, Tiffany. And if anybody has any other questions, feel free to throw those in the chat. Tiffany will watch for those. And I emailed everybody out, like I said, everybody's email addresses. So Tiffany's was included in that email so that you can connect with her and get some help with sharing your story for sure. So I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today, Trish. I just want to make sure that we can hear you.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So as a retired SWAT officer, Trish Knudsen is not one to shy away from adversity. As a matter of fact, she has met it head on. She has risen to incredible heights, but none of which came without great difficulty. She has learned how to overcome the challenges of severe injury, the loss of loved ones, and the obstacles of competing in a male-dominated career. Trish shares real-life stories to show how adversity doesn't have to be a stopping point, and how with the right mindset, adversity can be used as a stepping stone to an unimaginable life. Please welcome Trish Knudsen.
Thank you, Charla. Good morning, everyone, or I guess afternoon or evening, depending on where you're at in the world. Today, I want to talk about overcoming adversity. And I want to do so by first asking and answering the question, what is adversity? Now, when you look in the dictionary, adversity is defined as, and I'll read it, a state or instance of serious or continued difficulty or misfortune. So when I look at those words, I think, well, that's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. But for the person who's going through the difficult time, it's never simple. I've never met anyone who's gone through a difficult situation and they were like, oh, that was easy, that was simple. It just doesn't happen. Usually the situations are complex. A lot of times they're overwhelming. A lot of times they're long lasting. For me, when I look at adversity, I think the hardest thing about difficult situations is that it's different for everyone. If you took two people and sent them through the same exact incident, they would come out the other side with different perspectives. And even if you took one person and took them through different incidents, each one of those incidents would look different. And so for me, that's the hardest part. But with all of those differences, there is one constant that I have found, and that is that it always prompts change. Wanted or unwanted, change is coming. And how you handle that change, how you deal with that change, actually determines if, when, and or how your future unfolds. So today, I want to speak to you purely from the perspective of someone who has had to deal with major incidents, major adversity several times in my life. And I want to talk about the lessons that I've learned from those incidents. And I'm going to do this in the form of 3 quick stories. But prior to doing that, I feel the need to tell you a little bit about myself, just a couple of things about myself. I can sum up my life in about 2 sentences, which after verbalizing that, that's kind of pathetic, but it is what it is nonetheless. From about the age of 0 to age 30, my whole life evolved around sports and competition, physical activity. I was a college athlete. I was a college coach. I played some international ball. And even at one point, I won a gold medal in the sport of softball. So that's me 0 to 30. Now, 30 to 50, my whole world evolved around my career as a police officer. I became a police officer for a large city department. I did that for roughly 20 years. At one point, roughly 8 years into my career, I became a SWAT cop. And after several years, I actually became a team leader on that SWAT team, which for me was a huge accomplishment considering I'm a girl and that is a traditional, pretty much a male-dominated career. So that's me from 0 to 50. So in looking at my life, when I try to recall the first time that I ran into a difficult situation, it came at a very early age. I'm talking like the age of 4 and a half. It was a difficult situation for my family. We lost my brother to an illness. Unfortunately, a year and a half later, we lost my father to a different illness, totally unrelated. So within a year and a half, we lost both my brother and my father. So it was a traumatic time for my family. And I was young. So I don't think I really understood death at that time. And I'm pretty sure I didn't go through the emotions that a person usually goes through when dealing with the death of a family member. I was just too young. But even though I didn't understand death, I think I definitely learned from death. I learned lessons from the events that my family went through. And those lessons were taught to me by my mother. And those are the lessons I'd like to share because they have served me well through my life. The first one was that we can't change what has already happened. What is in the past is in the past. And that if we wanted to be survivors, we had to look to the future. You'll never be a survivor by looking behind you. You always have to move forward. We have to look forward. So, and that has to be in a positive direction. So that was probably the first lesson that I learned from my mother. The second one was, well, how do we do that? Well, we do that in baby steps, small increments. For us, it was after the initial shock of the event, it was do something familiar, do something comfortable. And once that started to feel good, then we moved on a little bit and we started kind of getting out of our protective bubble, and we do things that were a little less familiar. And we do that for a while. And then later on, we actually moved into new activities. We gained new associations and we started to move on with life. Everything was in the form of baby steps and everything was positive. For us, it was we can't change what's happened, obviously, like I said before, but we have to move in the direction of what does our future look like? What are the positives that we can hold on to? What are the things that we still have in our life that are good, that we can focus on and move forward on? So that was lesson 2. Lesson 3 was for us to be part of the living. Life doesn't stop for anyone. And if you give it the opportunity, it will pass you by. And we didn't want we didn't want that to happen. We wanted to be engaged with the world. So that's how we approached life. We tried to stay with the living, not with what had happened in our past. So those were the 3 lessons that I learned, and they served me well all the way from when I was 6 years old and that happened to us to probably my mid-30s. I pretty much had the corner. I understood adversity. I knew how to get through obstacles. They were never stopping points for me. They were all maybe stumbling blocks at best, but I could always move forward. But that was okay and fine until probably my mid-30s, when I think I truly experienced a traumatic event, like truly a traumatic event that personally affected me. And this event happened roughly about a year and a half into my police career. I had a best friend who was also a police officer, and he was shot and killed in the line of duty. He was ambushed while in his patrol car. And I was one of the first officers that responded to the scene. I actually ran up to his vehicle and I did everything I could think of to save him. I did mouth to mouth. I prayed. I knew the reality of what was happening in front of me. I didn't want to believe it. And I tried everything to stop it, obviously to no avail. And I remember though, at that point, excuse me, I remember standing over him and just being numb, having a darkness come over me. And I'd always heard people talk about a heavy heart. I never experienced it. And in that moment in time, I experienced it. It felt like my heart could actually fall out of my body. I was just traumatized. And it just didn't happen in that moment. It stayed with me for weeks. Every night I would go to bed and I would I would be mad and angry and upset and confused over all the events that happened. And the next morning I would wake up and I would want things to be different. I would hope that things would be different. I'd want it to be a dream, and I'd wake up and I'd go into work and he would still be there. But obviously that wasn't the case. So it wasn't until probably about 3 or 4 weeks after the incident happened that I actually had some quiet time. I sat down with myself and I actually looked at the situation. And I had to be honest with myself. I applied those lessons I learned as a young child. And that is, I have to be honest with the situation. I can't look into the past if I want to move forward. There was nothing I could do to change the situation, to bring him back. And I wanted to be part of the living, so I needed to move forward. So for me, the way I did that was, again, in baby steps. Every day I went into work trying to find something positive to live for, something positive to do in my day, in my job. And I started with, again, baby steps. I started reaching out to my friends again, my coworkers. I started engaging with my community. And that started the healing process. But it wasn't until I was honest with myself that I was able to move forward. And I started the healing process. And over time, the hurt let up a little bit. And over time, I healed a little bit. And over time, I went from baby steps to running, in the sense of I was able to find a new normal. I could never have that normal that I had with him back before his death, but I needed to find a new normal, and that's what I did. So, but I utilized those lessons I had learned as a young child. And I thought, okay, once I got through this, or at least kind of back with living, I thought, well, that's the hardest thing I'm sure I'll ever have to go through. So I know I can do anything now. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. My most difficult challenge was yet in front of me. As I said earlier, I was a SWAT cop. And at one point in my career, it was probably 8 years into being a SWAT cop. So I think I was roughly 17 years on the department. So a fairly experienced officer. I go out with my team on an incident, and it's an armed subject with a handgun, threatening people. So we respond. And the short version of this story is, at one point we get in a gunfight. Actually, I get in a gunfight with this subject, and I actually get shot. I get shot, I take one round, it goes across the front of my left leg, it rips me open, continues into my right leg, goes through my leg, hits the bone, and both the bullet and my bone explode in my leg, so my leg shatters. Immediately, I go from a standing position, it spins me around, it drops me on my face on the ground. And the second I hit the ground, there's a gazillion thoughts going through my mind. It's amazing what your mind can do under stress. There's a gazillion thoughts, and they're all in full clarity, and it's all happening simultaneously, all these thoughts. But two stood out. And one of them was, I've been shot. Okay, this is what it feels like. It hurts, which it did. But I continued that thought, and I told myself, well, there's nothing I can do about it. No need to focus on it. So immediately, those lessons I had learned early on, I put into action. So that was that. The second thought I had was, get in the fight, because that's what it was. It was a fight for my life, a fight for survival. The injury I had sustained was severe. So now I was in a fight for my life. So we all know that under stress, we revert back to our training or to what is familiar. And in this case, I did both. I reverted back to my training in the sense of immediately I thought about, well, getting back into the physical gunfight. But then I revert back to what is familiar. For my personal life, my entire life is run off a list. I have to-do list, I have shopping list, I have my favorite quote list. And my list all look the same. They start at the top with the most important item, and then they work their way down to the item that, on my to-do list, it can be done in a month from now. It doesn't have to happen now. So that's what I run my entire life off a list. So when I hit the ground in this instant, crazy as it seems, an imaginary checklist goes up in my head. And on this checklist, there's a good column and a bad column. And what I do is I focus on the most important item. And that item in my head is, well, I'm alive. So I take a check mark, my imaginary check mark, and I put it in the good column of that list. The next thing I think about, because I was a competitive athlete, I know I've been hit somewhere high in the leg. My fear has always been paralysis. You take my legs away from me and you take my world. At least that's what I thought. So immediately I start wiggling my toes. Well, I can wiggle my toes. I can feel my toes. So yay, a check mark goes in that good column. Now we're about 3 to 4 seconds probably in the instant, and I'm on the ground. It's dark out. So I start getting this very lonely feeling. It's lonely when you're in a gunfight and you've been shot and you're down on the ground. And I wasn't sure that my team members actually saw me get hit and saw me drop to the ground. But about the time that I'm processing this, I hear someone yell, "Officer down," the hands go on, they flip me over and they start to drag me out. So yay, another check mark in the good column. They know I'm here. As I did so, I reached down, I grabbed my leg. Now, it wasn't like it was 30 seconds prior. It didn't go straight up and down like your leg normally goes. It was way out to the side, but you know what? That's okay, because when I actually got hit, when I was initially shot, it actually felt like my leg detached from my body. So when I reached down and grabbed my leg and my leg was still attached to my body, you take a win where you can get a win. Yay, check mark in the good column. So this is what I did from the time I hit the ground to the time that I was in the ER. It was all about me looking at every positive that I could with the situation that I was involved in and putting all of those check marks in this good column. My thought was, the more check marks that I had in that good column, the greater my chances were for survival. And by the time I got to the hospital, I had 20 check marks in that good column and 0 in that bad column. Hey, it was my checklist, my survival checklist. I got to put the check marks wherever I wanted. And I guarantee you, I was focused on the positive. So that's where all my check marks were. So I get to the hospital, and it wasn't until I was in the ER and a trauma surgeon came in, leaned over me, and she said, "We're going to fix you," that I realized, okay, I'm going to survive this incident. And I thought, well, the hard part's over, right? That 10 minutes from the time I hit the ground to the ER, that's the most difficult that this is going to get. And I've survived it. Again, unfortunately, that wasn't the truth of the matter. It was these several years that followed after the event that were probably the most difficult for me. I ended up getting a titanium rod in my leg. I had to learn to walk again. I had to learn a new job because this was a career-ending injury. So there was a lot of unknowns in my future. So that my toughest battle was yet to come. And the way I approached that, again, I can't say this enough, was in baby steps, small increments. I learned physically to walk again by pretty much baby steps, and then kind of moving out to stride. And then one day I started jogging, and then ultimately I was able to run. But that's how I approached my entire life, with all the changes that were going on in my life. For me, the part, and while I was going through this, the one thing that I focused on was being with the living, being engaged with the world around me. And that was easy for me to do, because the one part of the story I didn't tell you was that at one point, I was in the ER. The surgeon came up and spoke with my husband, and she told him that she couldn't explain it. She didn't know the reason why, but the actual path of the bullet had gone through where the artery, the major artery in the upper leg, is located. That there was a 360-degree air pocket around that artery. But she couldn't explain it, but the artery stayed intact. It wasn't injured. And she continued that story by saying, had it been injured in the location that the path of the bullet went, that my odds of survival would have pretty much been non-existent, that I probably wouldn't have survived the incident. So for me, focusing on life and not letting life pass me by was easy to do once I got into that healing process. So with all of that being said, my message to you guys is, don't hide from adversity. It's going to happen. We live in an imperfect world. Accept that. But in doing so, also step up to the challenge. Believe you can do anything because you can. Be a part of the living, because life stops for no one. And finally, be a survivor. Start with the baby steps, and soon there will be a day that comes when you will wake up and you will hit the ground running. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time. I would love to connect with anyone that would like to connect. Charla, thank you for all that you do. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. So to everyone else, stay safe and stay healthy.
Trish, that was fantastic. Thanks for sharing your story and, everything that you went through. Thanks for your service. And yeah, thanks for being here today. And so Trish will be still online, that if you have any questions at all, feel free to put those in the chat. And I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. Adele. So Trish, if you're able to turn off your video, there we go. And I'm going to introduce Adele. Adele Spraggin is an award-winning author, a thought leader, an international speaker and trainer, and a fearless speaker. She is the 2020 Customer Service Woman of Inspiration Award recipient and the International Association of Top Professionals Empowered Woman of the Year for 2021. Her book, Shift, 4 Steps to Personal Empowerment, has won 3 awards and is sweeping the globe, transforming how people are setting and achieving their goals. Drawing on the latest findings in neuroscience combined with inspiring stories of breakthroughs and triumphs from her clients, her talks are an invitation that will leave you questioning everything you believe about how your brain shapes solution. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Adele.
Thank you, Charla. I think I'm on mute. Can everybody hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can in the chat line. Yeah, I'm good. All right. Awesome. Well, welcome. And thank you, Charla, for putting together this amazing summit. The speakers have been great so far. I'm super enjoying it. And welcome to all the fearless women listening. Happy to have you here. I'm going to start with a fun fact. How you have been taught to use your brain is incorrect. All right, heads up. This talk is a little different from what you might expect. Your brain is a remarkable tool, but most of us are not taught how to use this tool effectively. Instead, what we are given is a whole bunch of misinformation about how this brain of ours functions. And this misinformation impacts our level of happiness, our level of success, our peace of mind, and our level of fulfillment. Now, before I begin, it will probably be helpful for you to know that in the last few decades, there's been an explosive amount of research coming out of the field of neuroscience. And there's a reason for this. The reason is because we used to lack the ability to peer inside the brain in a non-invasive way. But today, with the advent of modern brain scanners, all of that has changed. So what these modern brain scanners are showing us is super exciting. And if we allow it to, it will radically change everything about how you do your life and everything that we do collectively on this planet. Now, personally, I have been in the personal development industry for over 30 years. And for the first 15 of those years, I was coaching and teaching misinformation. Frankly, I was teaching what I now know to be the wrong operating instructions. Now, you're likely very familiar with these operating instructions. They go like this. Number 1, set your goal. Number 2, determine the steps that you need to take to get to that goal. Number 3, if you don't know what steps to take, or if you don't know how to take those steps, find someone who does and follow their advice. Get a coach, get a trainer, get a teacher. Number 4, if you do know what steps to take, but you're still not taking them, then there's something off with your mindset. Fix that, and there should be no reason that you do not get to your goals. So that brings us to the last instruction, number 5. If you are still stuck, then there is something wrong. And typically what is wrong is something's wrong with you. So quit and start back at number 1 with a different goal. Now, as I said, initially, I believed this wholeheartedly. I preached the need for a positive mindset. I preached the need for a strong level of commitment. I was a leading coach in one of the top personal development companies in the industry, and I believed wholeheartedly in things such as positive thinking, willpower, encouraging someone to push past their comfort zone, and on and on and on I did, and I went. After about 15 years, however, of teaching these instructions and these mindset approaches, I started to have my doubts. You see, I wanted my own business, and I started 3 of them. The problem was I also quit 3 of them, one after another. So each time I got close to the brink of success, I would turn tail and I would run. And there was no amount of positive thinking, no amount of commitment to my goals that could change my mind. And I tried it all, believe me. I would ignore my fears. I would push past my comfort zone. I would do affirmations over and over again in my head. If I had a negative thought, I would quickly flip it into a positive one. Regardless of how much effort I put into staying the course, eventually my pattern for quitting would win out. So in the back of my mind, however, this little doubt was brewing. And I started to ask myself, surely it is not solely my fault. Because after all, I was doing everything that I had been taught to do. Why wasn't it working? So at the age of 40, I enrolled myself into university. I went and I got my master's, and I learned how this human brain of ours was working. And what I learned is something very powerful. We have been taught the wrong operating instructions. So I did a deep dive into my own mind, and I created new operating instructions that work in alignment with how the human brain actually works. So for the last decade, I have now been teaching these new operating instructions. I use a proprietary technique. It is called the 4-step repatterning technique. And I've worked with thousands of people around the globe to show them how to gain happiness, peace of mind, and success working in alignment with their brain. So today, I would like us to take a peek inside the world of possibilities that is your brain. So the first thing that's helpful for you to know is that it is locked inside this bony skull. As neuroscientist Anil Seth reminds us, there is no sight inside this brain. There is no sound inside the brain. There's no smells in here. There's no taste in here. As a matter of fact, there is nothing in here other than electrical impulses that travel down neural pathways. So I'm going to come back to this idea time and time again, because we aren't educated to think of our brain in that way. Most people tend to think of the brain, tend to think that what we see out there in the world, what we taste, what we smell, what we hear, what we touch, is the result of what is going on out there in the world. But to know that your brain is locked inside a dark and silent room changes this understanding, because between you and your situations, there lives an interpreter. As information streams in through your senses, it travels from those senses to your brain. The brain then uses that sense data to interpret your situations. In other words, it's making a lot of guesses. Now, what your brain is doing is that predicting what is happening in the world based on what it's already learned from your past experience. So you have a pattern. Everything in your brain, they have all of those neural pathways are your brain's patterning, and you have a pattern for every experience you are having, even the experience that you call you. So you don't have to answer this question, but do you have a little voice in your head that keeps insisting that you're not good enough? Well, guess what? That voice is given by a neural pathway in your brain. So I'm going to come back to this idea of self-doubt as a pattern in a moment. For now, let's do a fun activity. We're going to create a brand new brain pattern together. I'm going to show you my screen. Can everybody see the screen? Yeah, gives me a heads up if you can. So on this screen, what you should be seeing right now is a bunch of dots. Hidden inside these dots is a real image. There's a picture hidden in here. Now, if you've never seen this image before, then what this looks like is a bunch of meaningless blobs of ink. However, your brain at this moment is working very, very hard to correct that. Your brain has just been confronted with new information that it doesn't yet have a pattern for. So it moves in very, very quickly to create one. And that is what is happening right now. So let's give it a hand. I'm going to show you what this image is. It's actually a Dalmatian in the park. There's a dog here. There's a tree here. Okay, and that's the easy part. Your brain actually created this image quite easily. Once you know it's here, though, I'm going to show you something that is a real point of this activity. Notice how difficult it is, now that you know that this is Dalmatian in the park, to not see Dalmatian in the park. Everybody got that? I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, you see, that's the point of this activity. Once your brain has created a pattern, it holds onto it. And that's what's important. From the moment that you were born, your brain has been creating patterns. Throughout childhood, your brain created lots and lots and lots of patterns. And as you reached adulthood, that pattern creation slows down. It doesn't mean that you still can't create patterns. It's just that the brain is now running on old patterns. Now, when you were 5 years old, do you think that you weren't good enough at some of the things that you attempted? Of course you weren't. But regardless of how well you did or how well you didn't do, your brain created a pattern out of that experience and has been holding on to that ever since. Now, you will have upgraded your language as it relates to those patterns, but the underlying brain pattern itself has not changed. In other words, many of your existing brain patterns are now obsolete. But despite being in need of an upgrade, your brain continues to hold tight to those patterns in the same way that it is holding tight to that image of dog in a park. So patterns aren't logical. We need to do away with this idea of good patterns and bad patterns. Instead, let's replace that with patterns either work or they don't work. And by work, I mean they take you to your goals, or they deliver you that happiness and that peace of mind that you're looking for, or they don't. So when you have a pattern that works, you will be taking all the actions you need to take to get to the goals that you set for yourself. You will be adopting the behaviors you need to adopt that deliver happiness, confidence, optimism, creativity. You will be believing in yourself, free of the inner critic, free of the self-doubt that so many people walk around with. Confidence, positivity, courage, these are not the result of improving your mindset. These are natural outcomes of patterns that simply work. When patterns don't work, they get in the way of our success. So I'm going to give you an example. This is one of my clients. Her name is Rose, and she's given me permission to share this story. When Rose and I first met, she had just accepted a leadership role in a nonprofit organization, and one of her responsibilities was overseeing staff meetings. Now, it didn't take Rose too many meetings to realize that she was not the person in control of these meetings, and she could see why. The men at the table were powerful and they had their own way of doing things. And because she felt intimidated by these men, she was allowing them to derail her agenda. Now, had Rose not known about brain patterns, there was a number of ways that she might have tried to deal with this. She might have been trying to communicate with these men and asking them to cooperate. She could have fired a couple of them. She was their manager. She might have decided to take leadership classes and learn how to be a better leader. Now, luckily for Rose, she did know about brain patterns. So instead, she went to work to upgrade her own patterns. Now, the very next meeting, everything was different. The men listened, they supported her agenda, they were attentive, they were respectful, and afterwards they congratulated her on a great meeting. What happened? Well, here's what you need to know. Under every action you take, every behavior you adopt, every belief that you hold, there runs a brain pattern. And it was Rose's brain patterns that made for the actions that caused the meeting to go off track. Her brain patterns showed up in her body language, her tone of voice, her mannerisms. Communicating with the men was not going to change this. More leadership training was not going to change this. Even if she'd somehow managed to get these men to go along with her ideas, her obsolete brain pattern for leadership would still have been there in her brain. So upgrading the patterns did more than just fix one situation. Upgrading the pattern transformed Rose. What did her upgraded pattern cause her to do next? Did she stand a little straighter, steer the conversation a little differently? Did she have a different facial expression, a different posture? Yes, 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 yes. Her new pattern took the necessary actions that worked. So knowing how the brain works makes things a heck of a lot simpler. Recall I said that I had a pattern for quitting, that every time I came close to success, I would turn tail and run. When I repatterned that, I didn't need all of the mindset approaches that I had been trying to use to manipulate myself to stay on course. Instead, I literally stepped out of one identity in which quitting was a possibility, quitting was who I was, into another identity in which quitting just wasn't. And this is what Rose did also. She too stepped out of one identity in which she took ineffective actions in leadership into another identity in which she took different actions. So what do we know about the human brain? Well, if we can say one thing about it, it is this. The human brain is adaptability itself. It has what is termed plasticity. That's just a fancy term. It means it has the ability to rewire itself. So here is the only problem. This is the only problem that any person ever has in life. Rather than a systematic approach to repatterning the brain, we are taught to rely on circumstances to bring about that rewiring. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can learn how to harness the brain's natural tendency to rewire itself. And when you do, you will be easily move in the direction of your dreams. So this, I know, is what are the correct operating instructions. These are the instructions that work in alignment with how your brain functions. Ready? Number one, you set a goal. Number two, the next step is not to ask, how do I get to that goal? The next step is to ask, why do I not have that goal today? You will come up with a list of actions, behaviors, beliefs that stand between you now and the goal that you're trying to get to. Now, recall that I said under each of those actions, behaviors, beliefs, there's a neural pathway in the brain that causes you to take that action, believe that belief, adopt that behavior. Good. These are all obsolete brain patterns that require an upgrade. Then you want to learn the 4-step repatterning technique to upgrade those patterns. And voila, you step out of one identity into another. And this new you is free of the old fears, doubts, stuckness, procrastination, and everything else that is in your way. And will you get to that goal? Well, let me see if in the next 2 minutes I can answer that question by giving you another story, an example from another client of mine. When I first met Lana, she was a recently divorced mom of 2. Now, she'd been a stay-at-home mom for years. And so when her husband and her split up, she had no idea what she was going to do. Good. Under her confusion lay the pattern that needed an upgrade. Removing that pattern, she stepped into a new identity, one with an idea to transform artificial intelligence and introduce emotional intelligence into this space. Now, what was between her and that goal? Well, Lana uncovered a lot of beliefs that were holding her back. Beliefs about herself as a leader, about herself as a woman in a man's world, behaviors such as people pleasing, and on and on and on. Great. Under each of these lay an unworkable pattern. She upgraded each one. Now what? In her first year of business, she stepped out onto the stage in Amsterdam to receive the award for best startup in the technology space. Year 2, she expanded her business to 3 continents. Year 3, she stepped powerfully into the role of CEO with a business that was now valued at over $20 million. Today, Lana is a powerhouse. She brings the message of love and heart into some of the largest corporations around the globe. Each time she hits a snag, she knows exactly what to do. She upgrades the pattern. She steps out of the old. She steps into the new. So how you have been taught to use your brain is incorrect. You are a transformational genius. Your brain is designed to be upgraded. And when you know how to work with it, there's very little that you won't be able to accomplish. So whether you just want a little bit more peace of mind and happiness in your life, or whether your dreams are a little larger like Lana's were, it makes no difference. Success, happiness, peace of mind, it all starts with learning how to effectively work with your brain patterns. Okay, I know I'm running out of time here. So what I'd like to do is, if you want more information about how to upgrade your brain, I would like to gift each of you some free training. And I'm going to put the link in the chat line. You can sign up for this free training and we will explore your particular individual patterns that might be holding you back and figure out which of your patterns are working well for you so that you know what to upgrade. Okay, so if anybody's interested in that, just jump onto that landing page there that I just put in the chat line, sign up for the free training, and let's get you rocking and rolling in the direction of your dreams. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Adele. That was fantastic. Great job. So Adele shared the link in there. And if you have any questions for Adele, feel free to throw those in the chat. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today. Laura, if you want to turn on your sound and video.
Hello.
Hey, Laura, I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away.
Okay.
Laura Harstad is the VP of Social Impact and Events for Beyond Brave Co. She hosts a weekly show called Coffee with Laura, where entrepreneurs share powerful stories about overcoming obstacles and pursuing their dreams. She is also an executive contributor for Brains magazine. Laura loves to travel and has lived in 3 countries and has visited 5 continents. And her greatest joy comes from being a mom to 2 amazing boys, ages 11 and 13. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Laura Harstad.
Thank you so much, Charla. I'm so excited to be here. It's just been so inspiring hearing the other speakers today. And let's get started. So for me, one of the scariest moments in my life was stepping off the well-worn path called work hard, go to school, get a job. I was on that path for the first 40 years of my life. And not to give away the ending of my talk today, but I'm 41. So I grew up on a farm in southern Minnesota, surrounded by rich family history. My great-grandparents actually immigrated from Norway through Ellis Island in 1915, and they settled only 15 miles from where I grew up. So my grandfather started a farm 15 miles from his home, and my dad inherited that farm from my grandfather. And I grew up in the same house that my dad grew up in. So you can just imagine the incredible history that was passed on from generation to generation. And you might be able to imagine the character qualities that were also passed on from laborers and farmers. A strong sense of community was so important. A work ethic that simply could not be beat. I dare you to try. A subtle Norwegian humor. And if you know any Norwegians, you'll know what I'm talking about. The expectation that you will go to school, work hard, and get a job, and hopefully retire when you're maybe 65 or 70 and have an okay life. So that's what I grew up with. And does anyone relate to this? I can't see your faces, but nod your head if this is something you've heard as well. Like I said, I followed this path for 40 years. And when I was in school, I worked hard in class and I worked hard at all of the jobs I had. I worked at places like McDonald's, a Pepsi company, a lard factory. Yes, a lard factory, a school cafeteria, the library, so many different places, all because of that strong work ethic and the fact that we're just supposed to get a job somehow. And I fully embraced that. And I graduated with honors. And I jumped into my first career as a music teacher. And I taught all grade levels because you don't do anything halfway when you have a strong work ethic. And so I taught kindergarten through 12th grade, some college level, and I taught in 3 different countries, China, Vietnam, and the United States. And it was an incredible experience. But at one point, after 9 years of teaching, I was between jobs. We had moved because of my husband's work, and I had finally decided, okay, you need a break. Take some time, rest, recharge, just really enjoy life, have some fun. You've been working so hard. And truthfully, I was experiencing extreme burnout at that moment. And burnout was something that I frequently experienced because of all of that hard work that I was doing. I hadn't really learned to take a break. My family had rarely taken vacations. We were just hard workers. And right when I had made that decision to finally have some rest, I got a call from a nonprofit organization that I had volunteered for, and they offered me a job out of the blue. And this is when I didn't want a job, but I couldn't turn it down. So I ended up diving in and working for this nonprofit organization. And of course, I jumped in fully to this job as well. And I worked up and became the recruitment director. And this involved a lot of traveling and giving presentations. And I loved that part of it, being able to inspire people and get them to take action and make a difference in the world. And I also embraced the work hard ethic in this job too. And I ended up putting in 60-hour-a-week easily and just really focusing on the job and not much else in my life. And I actually carried hard work like a badge of honor. And maybe some of you can relate to that as well. Like, hey, I put in 60 hours a week, look at me. And not realizing that maybe that wasn't the right thing to be celebrating in life. So I had settled into this comfortable rut of working at a job and, hoping to retire someday. But something added a detour to that path. And actually, it was someone. In 2017, our oldest son joined our family from China. He was 9 years old at the time. And this dramatically changed my focus. Before adopting our son, I was focused on what can I do? What are the things that I can accomplish? And now my focus changed to how can I help him accomplish something? What will his path look like? And this was magnified when just 2 years after that, our youngest son joined our family, also from China, also at the age of 9 years. And that just doubled the focus on, okay, what do they need? What will their path look like? And I ended up just thinking about this, that now there are two people in my life who need my guidance to help them find their path. And I couldn't get rid of this thought. It just kept circling and circling and circling. And what can that path look like? Are there any other options out there? And it caused me to just really dive into this for days, weeks, months, years even. I was just looking at life and trying to see, well, what are the options out there? And as a family, we slowly started to create our own unique path in the world. And it was based on the needs that our children had. And this was something that no matter what society expected of us, we decided to do what was best for our kids. And so that was a huge step for our family. And it got me thinking, well, if we can do that with our kids, maybe I can do something for myself. And maybe I don't have to work a 9-to-5 job. But for the longest time, I really couldn't think of any other options. And I started getting more and more frustrated because when you kind of feel like you're not in the right place, but you don't see a way out, it just starts to cause friction. And one of the things that I started really getting frustrated with was having to ask for PTO whenever I wanted to do something with my kids. I don't know why, but it really started bothering me that I needed permission to spend time with my kids. And like I mentioned, they joined our family when they were 9 years old. So we were already starting later in their life and we missed out on some things, and I could just see them growing up. And if any of you have teenagers, you know how quickly they grow. I have a teenager now and I just saw them growing before my eyes, and I knew I was missing out on incredible moments that I could be having with them. And if you ever met my kids, you would just see that they are amazing people and they bring so much joy to the world. And I didn't want to miss a moment with them. So I began to wonder, okay, what can I do? There just has to be another way. And I realized that something had to change. And last year is when everything happened. And of course, last year is when the entire world changed. I had just signed up for a business course. I had taken one small step towards something different when COVID hit. And my traveling recruiter job changed into a data management desk job. And it was still a fantastic organization and wonderful people to work with, but there was just something that I was just so tired of having to put in the hours at my computer that were expected of me. And my kids were home and I was missing out on that time with them. And I could just see that time was slipping by as I was sitting at that computer working as much as I was expected to work. And I knew that finding a different job on Indeed.com wasn't the solution. It wasn't going to fix the turmoil that I was in. There had to be something else. So I looked at all of the options, and then I had what I will say was an epic realization. And that was that the thing that I was seeking, the joy that I was looking for, this path that I wanted, it didn't exist yet. Can you just feel that? It didn't exist. I've been looking for years. It wasn't there. I had to create it myself. And that was the spirit of entrepreneurship that just grabbed a hold of me. And so at the start of the summer last year in 2020, I decided to take brave action toward that dream of becoming a full-time entrepreneur. And I hosted and produced a virtual event about adoption, because that was a topic that was very important to me. I brought in 4 speakers, 35 people attended, and it was a fantastic event. We had a wonderful time. It wasn't that big, but it was truly life-changing for me, because that event showed me, it proved to me that I could make my own money from something that I had created from scratch. And I had never had that experience before. It was always counting on an employer to give me a salary. But this event that I had produced showed me that I could make it happen myself. And I hope you can see from my smile, and I'm actually tearing up a little bit, because this was such a life-changing moment for me that gave me the confidence that I could do it. I can make my own path. I didn't have to stay on this path I had been on for 40 years, work hard, get a job. There was another option out there. I couldn't see what it looked like. It wasn't this well-paved path that I could just take an exit and easily jump onto. It didn't exist yet. I had to completely create it. But with that confidence and with that energy and the support of people that I had been getting to know, I quit my 9-to-5 October 31st, 2020, and I will never go back to another 9-to-5 job. That would be absolutely impossible for me, because that was terrifying, but it was so exhilarating. And this path that I'm on now, even though it's so unpredictable, just brings me so much joy and energy in my life. And I am so excited that I will never have to submit another PTO request. And I can just prioritize my family and do what's best for them. So when I finally embraced that I am an entrepreneur, I dove fully in. As you could probably imagine, I signed up for every course, every program. I joined every single group. I read everything that I could. And I started networking with other entrepreneurs and became friends with business owners around the world. And for those of you who have been on similar journeys, you'll know what I'm talking about. But being an entrepreneur definitely has challenges. But there is so much joy and freedom in the journey that is completely worth it, completely worth it. And I can't even begin to describe how exciting this life has become. And I hadn't even realized this, but my eyes were open during this journey last year, during the pandemic, that being an entrepreneur was actually in my blood. I come from a family of adventurers and entrepreneurs. My great-grandparents traveled in a ship from Norway to America just because of that hope that this country had for them. My dad had his own farm. He ran his own business. He was an entrepreneur. And I love that now my eyes are opened to that incredible quality, character quality that my family has passed down to me. So much has happened this last year since I became an entrepreneur. Some of the things were mentioned in the introduction, but I'll just share again. Embracing bigger dreams and taking action has resulted in I've been able to produce and host numerous virtual events, and I greatly appreciate what Charla does. It's a lot of work to put these events on, and she does a wonderful job. I have become friends with business owners around the world, and I probably won't meet any of them in person, but I have this incredible network of people who inspire me every day. I started my own show called Coffee with Laura, and I just jumped in. I just started it, and I've had over 26 episodes now of interviewing other entrepreneurs. And I became an executive contributor for Brains Magazine. I've published 2 articles so far. A third one is almost ready, and I just love that opportunity that's opened up. But most exciting is that one of my friends that I met last year, we are now teammates. We have our own company called Beyond Brave. That I just love that. And what we do is we help female founders build brave leaders and teams. And we just embrace living bravely in all areas of life. And we help people have more joy and bravery at work and in life, because I think we could all use a little bit of joy and bravery in our lives. You can never have too much of that. A year ago, I was working up the courage to jump off the 9-to-5 path. And now I work when I want to work. I can take my kids on whatever adventures we want to go on. I can connect with whoever I want to connect with. And just yesterday, my son caught his first fish. These experiences that we can just have in our lives. And I'm proud to say I was brave enough to remove the hook from the fish. So I am learning alongside my kids as well. Like I said, I have my own show. I've networked with people around the world, and I'm here talking to you today. None of this would have happened if I hadn't taken those first steps, if I hadn't planned that first event, had that dream, taken action. And this is all happening because I finally discovered my unique path that brings me joy and helps fill me with bravery. And I want all of you to have more joy and bravery in your lives. Some of you might be on that exact path I was on for 40 years, where you're working hard and you have a job and you might love it. And I would say, that is awesome. That means that you found a job that fills you with joy. That is perfect. You are in the right place. And for those of you who are on that path and you're feeling like there might be something more, I can tell you that no matter where you are, you can have more joy and bravery in your life. And I want to share 3 key strategies with you that hopefully can help you. And it's something you can start today. So if you have your pencil ready, this would be the time to take notes. Number 1, don't wait until you feel ready to take action. Don't wait until you feel ready to take action. You will never be 100% ready. There will always be a sense of being a little uncomfortable. It's something new. There's something unpredictable about it. There might be questions about, well, what exactly will the outcome be? You don't know, and that's okay. Take action anyway. Even a small step will open a door to a new opportunity. And I like to tell people that if they're wondering what's over the hill, well, the only way to find out is to start walking up the hill. You have to start taking those steps. And when you get to the top of the hill, you will see so many incredible opportunities that you have no idea exist right now. You just have to start moving. And if, okay, number 2. So that was number 1. Number 2, practice daily gratitude. This gratitude is a word that people hear so often, I think they dismiss it, but it's an incredibly powerful and transformational practice to just focus on what you are grateful for. So if you're feeling annoyed or you're not quite feeling yourself today, just take a moment, sit in a quiet place, and start thinking about all of the things that you are grateful for in life. And if you haven't tried this activity before, it might take a little bit of time to start listing the things you're grateful for, especially when you're not in a good mood. But when you start making this a habit and you do it every day, you will never run out of things that you feel grateful for. And I guarantee that it will transform your mood. So I'd actually like to start that right now. Just think of one thing that you are grateful for today, and let's see it in the chat. Just put it in there, just one thing you're grateful for. Right now, I am so grateful to be speaking to you today. This is just such a wonderful opportunity, and I hope that my story is helping you in some way. So let's just see some of the things that you are grateful for today. And there might be a delay, so I'm going to keep going, but go ahead and share that and celebrate with each other. Number 3, focus on how you can help others. It's as simple as that. yesterday, our country remembered 9/11, and it was the 20th anniversary of that horrible day. And for everybody I know, people are from all over the world on this call. It affected us all in different ways. One of the biggest impacts for me was just the emotion that I felt when I saw people jumping in to help people and try to save them or do something. And for some of them, it cost them their life just to try and help somebody. And that, I know, we'll never forget that. And you don't have to lose your life to make a difference in somebody's life. It can start small, but just think about the people in your life. For me, I truly believe that the people in this world are the most important thing in this world. It does not matter how much money you make. It matters who is in your life, your friends, your family, coworkers, neighbors. Just think of all the people that you know and start small. Just think of what can you do today to make somebody's day a little brighter. See how easy that is? How can you make somebody's day a little brighter? In my daily journal, I have a prompt that says, someone I could surprise with a note, gift, or sign of appreciation is, and then I think of a name, and I right then and there, I send a note to that person. And that has just been such an incredible habit to form, where I'm reaching out to somebody every single day just to let them know I'm thinking about them. Not only does it bring me more joy, but I know that they appreciate it as well. So just start small. How can you bring a little sunshine to somebody's day? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me wrap it up here, Charla. So I just want to finish with a quote that's hanging on the wall. And I'm just going to read this here. You are loved, you are worthy, you are seen, and you can do brave things. And I know that's the truth for all of you. You are all loved, worthy, seen, and can do brave things. And I would love to connect with all of you. I will put, please connect with me on LinkedIn. And I put the link in the chat. And just send me a message, say that you were at this event, and let's just get to know each other. Let's build our networks together and connect. There's a lot of amazing women here. And thank you so much, Charla, for letting me be part of this event. And just to finish, if you're hearing that voice that's telling you there's something more, that voice is telling you the truth. You can do it. You are brave and you are worthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. That was fantastic. And so if you have any questions at all for Laura, feel free to throw those in the chat. She'll be watching that as well. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Dr. Tasha. Tasha, are you there? There she is. How are you today, Tasha?
I am well. Can you hear me well?
We sure can. So I'll introduce you and you can take it
Awesome.
away. So Dr. Tasha Dickerson is an international best-selling author, certified life and stress management coach, and CEO of Dickerson Management and Associates. She has over 2 decades of experience across procurement, supply chain management, education, and mentoring. Her purpose is to educate, inspire, and equip women with the techniques to explore self-discovery, reduce stress, and gain clarity so that they will live an empowered life. For over 2 decades, Dr. Tasha has been an advocate for small businesses and is recognized for her direct approach in coaching, training, and mentoring while assisting companies in improving their supply chain, procurement process, and reaching their goals. Please welcome Dr. Tasha.
Thank you, Charla. Hello, women. I hope you all are having a great day. I've been experiencing some technical difficulties, so I hope you guys can hear me very well. How many of you have experienced an unexpected event in your life? Something you didn't plan for or didn't see coming. That can be anything just about. And I'm almost certain all of us have experienced that. And if you haven't, let me just say, keep living. An unexpected event can be anything from a job loss, it can be sickness, it can be divorce, rejection, or even a catastrophic event. How did that make you feel? Were you upset? Did you feel like giving up? Or were you pushed to do so much more? By any chance, if anyone has ever experienced something like, I'm sorry, we regret to inform you, or we have decided to go with another candidate, or how about my favorite one, I'm sorry, it's not you, it's me. I want you to know that rejection is not a reflection of who you are. Life happens. It's hard when unexpected events come out of nowhere without any warning. And we're supposed to do our hardest to hold on to the truth that we have always known. It's a struggle to figure out, is this going to work out? Am I going to be okay? Is life going to be the same? Because of everything that I once knew has now changed because of this unexpected event. One thing that I'm certain of, one thing to remember when faced with unexpected events is to not be anxious for anything, but to pray about everything. I remember 16 years ago, I was preparing for a job interview. At the time, I was a single mother. I needed this job so bad. Not only did I need it, but it was something I wanted to do. I wanted to work in this field as being an auditor. I remember 3 days before my interview, a catastrophic hurricane hit my area. It was so devastating. I received a phone call to let me know that my interview had been canceled. I had no idea what I was going to do next. I want you to imagine for a moment what it feels like to get excited, have the anticipation growing for something you really want, something you really need, and then an unexpected event happens and it changes the trajectory of your entire life. That's how I was feeling at that moment. I was so confused because I'm a planner. So I knew I was going to get this job. I knew I was the best candidate for the job. And I planned so thoroughly. And then this happened, and I didn't have a plan B. But one thing I did know, it changed my life for the better. Because of this catastrophic event, I had lost my job. I didn't get an interview for the new job, but I had to do something different. I had to do something that I had never done before. And I had to step out on faith and trust God. By doing so, I was able to relocate to a different state and get a new job. You see, we all long for a peace to cover us. No matter what that unexpected event, no matter what the circumstances are. It's like that unexpected event can cover us and hover over us, and we just allow it to take over. But what I realized in that moment is that my future is already worked out. I just have to let go and follow it. I didn't allow that unexpected event to deter me from my destiny. And I think it was Napoleon Hill who said it best. He said, it's strange, but it's true. But the most important turning points in our life happens in the most unexpected places and at the most unexpected times. I would have never relocated to a new state, started a new job, if it had not been for that catastrophic event. If it had not been for that hurricane, I would still be in the same place that I was. But what I realized is that it pushed me to do so much more with my life from my son, and I explored so many different opportunities that otherwise I would not have done. So that unexpected event actually gave me the courage, right? It gave me the light that I needed to just ignite a fire inside of me that I didn't even know that I'd had. You know, the same when they said, when your back is up against the wall, especially us as women, we're going to come out on top because we're going to find a way to get through whatever it is that is thrown our way. And that was the turning point for me in my life. I knew at that moment that I can do anything. When I relocated to a new state, a new city, just my son and I, not knowing anybody, I realized in that moment how resilient I was, how fearless I was, because I was on a mission and nothing could stop me. I want you to stop for a moment and think about an unexpected event that you have experienced. And during that time, you felt like it was the worst thing in your life, that at that moment, this is the lowest it can be. But later you found out that that unexpected event actually changed your life for the better. You see, what I realized is that the event itself didn't change. It still was a hurricane. It still demolished everything within the periphery of the area I lived. But my perspective and my mindset, it shifted so that I could see the bigger picture. I could see the bigger picture of me moving out of that area into a different place to have more opportunities for myself and my son. You see, our thoughts, they become things. So whatever we think and believe, we become. You see, we must always be aware that what we're thinking, be on guard to project positive thoughts as much as we can. You see, God promises true, that all things will work together for our good. No matter what our circumstances are, no matter what the unexpected event is, it will all work out for our good. You see, when we realize that everything has a purpose and a season, it's an easier transition to move forward and leave what was behind. You see, God created each of us to fulfill a purpose in life. You see, each of us have visions that are placed inside of us to ensure that our assignments are complete. Now, are you certain that you are in alignment with what your assignment is? You see, I've done everything in my power that I can do to help me get on the path to being successful. And whatever else that I cannot do, I sit back and I'll allow God to do what only He can do. You see, the older that I get, I realize that there are going to be trials, there are going to be tribulations, unexpected events that I cannot avoid. But I have learned how to build a solid foundation. And with that foundation, I found peace during that season. You see, have you ever heard of the story of the wise man? He built the house on a rock. The rain came down, the floods came, the winds blew, beat down the house, but it stayed because he built the house on a solid foundation, which was a rock. Then there was the foolish man. He built his house on sand. It rained, the water came down, the winds beat, the house fell. And I was told by a wonderful mentor, don't be like the man who built his house on the sand. Without a solid foundation, we cannot withstand the unexpected seasons that come our way. I want to share a few tools with you that helped me during my seasons of unexpectedness. First thing I did, and I still do to this day, I pray first thing in the morning. Before my feet even hit the floor, while lying in the bed, I pray to God and I just give Him thanks for everything Thank you, God, for me being able to hear, to see, to start a new day. It's just like Laura said, just being grateful for what's in your life now. Number 2 was to slow down. Life is always rushing past us. We're always constantly on the move, doing something, going here, going there. We're doing so much at one time. But I realized when an unexpected event, it hits us out of nowhere, it forces us to slow down. And sometimes all we need is permission from someone to say, it's okay, slow down. So I'm giving you permission today, ladies, to slow down. Take it all in. Enjoy the things and the people that are surrounded by you. Love on them as much as you can. Number 3, run to God's word and not social media. We're living in a day of age now. Everything is on social media. Nothing is private anymore. And what I had to learn is that God wants us to come to him, read his word, get closer to him. And so through these unexpected seasons, you would think that would be the place we run to, but it's not. We may text a girlfriend. We may call a family member, or we post a rant on social media about how bad things are going. And then when we decide to read the word, we feel comfort when we realize that's the place we should have gone in the first place, but we did not. So I encourage you to read the word more often, to find peace. Number 4, be honest and face the fear of the unexpected. Do not pretend that everything is fine. We do that so much, especially us as women. When someone asks us, how are you doing? Oh, I'm fine. That's a lie. You're not fine. And it's okay. It's okay to say, I'm hurting. It's okay to say, I need help. It's okay to be vulnerable and acknowledge that. And I realize when life is so complicated and unexpected seasons are going to appear, the best thing that I can do, or for any of us, is to embrace reality. Be authentic. When you feel that way and you are authentic with yourself, you're forcing yourself to deal with whatever you're going through, because you're going to have to be authentic in order to get through it. You cannot be fake and continue to fake it or feel like you can fake it to make it. I know you guys have heard that. You cannot continue to fake it, because if you do that, you will never grow in your faith to get through it. And number 5, acknowledge your gifts. You see, the day you discover your gifts and your talents is the day you will find your purpose. The day you decide to use your gifts and talents, that's the day you find your passion. But the moment you are determined to help others with your gifts and your talents, oh my God, that's the day you find your destiny. And that is what I have learned. Number 6, understanding your vision. Learning how to focus and being aware that vision is everything. Surround yourself with people who supports and push you to level up. Take opportunities to invest in your vision. Utilize the resources that are available to you. Because one thing I found out, if you do not invest in your own vision, someone will hire you to carry out theirs. And as I close, I want you to know, as we continue to live and grow in life, we will learn that each phase of our life will demand a different part of who we are. So embracing unexpected events, it allows us to become stronger when life just seems so unfair to bear. So knowing where our strength comes from and the exact thing that we need to boost our faith and just keeping focus, the right direction, we find it so much easier to get through those most difficult times that some days we just don't even want to get out the bed and deal with. And so I want to say my words of inspiration to you today is to continue building a solid foundation that will sustain unexpected seasons by continuing to love yourself, love on those who love you, and put God first. Keep going after your dreams and never let anything get in your way. Keep looking to God, believing that He is your strength and peace, because He is. Thank you, Charla, and thank you, everyone. If you want to connect with me, please visit my website at dickersonmanagement.com.
That was fantastic, Dr. Tasha. Thanks so much for sharing all that wisdom with us today. Now I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today. Chen, are you there? Can you turn on your sound and video? There you are.
Hi.
Hi, I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So Chen Seidner is a cybersecurity expert with more than 20 years of experience. She started 20 years ago as a fraud analyst in a startup company, and in the past 11 years, and in the last 11 years, serving as a product advocate in the day and mentoring cyber students at night. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Chen Seidner.
Hi, everyone. And I want to first thank Charla for organizing this amazing event, for me being part of it and hearing all the stories, inspiring and moving. So I'll talk a little bit about myself. So I'm Chen Seidner, which is almost impossible to pronounce unless you're Israeli, and this is where I was actually born and raised. I will share my story. Hopefully I'll inspire and change some of the perception of many people of how big you can dream and how to pursue your dream and not being afraid of dreaming big. So as I mentioned, born and raised in Israel, and not only that, I'm the fourth and last child in my family. I have 3 older brothers, which automatically made me the princess of the family. The only problem was that my 3 brothers never read that fairy tale, and I was more of a Cinderella. So although never cleaned or cooked, but I was surely not the regular princess that you imagine or think of. You see, in fact, my 3 brothers, my 3 older brothers, never read the manual. Helped me to understand something very basic, something that I think not all girls learn to understand, something that is something that built a personality. For me, growing up with them, knowing I have to stand for myself, that there is no special treatment because I'm a girl, and I'm getting the same resources as they do and being expected to deliver as they do. There was never no other way. There was no, I cannot because I'm a girl. And well, actually they used to tease me as a girl that I'm going to be the first Navy SEAL fire in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. Needless to say, there are no women up until today there, but as a kid, I never knew that. And I thought, and although I thought it was a joke, everything else wasn't a joke for me. When I aced math or physics, it never seemed special to me. I never mentioned it. I actually hid most of my success, feeling I shouldn't brag about my capabilities. My mother actually taught me not to brag, not only my mother. It was a theme, not to brag. And somehow this lesson and theme were not really echoed with the boys. It was mainly about us, the girls, not to brag. And I think that as an adult, we see that also. We women, we don't really brag, even if it's a fact. We don't really go ahead and say, hey, we aced that or we nailed it, only maybe between us females. And for me, my biggest reality check was when I started my bachelor degree. I started my first year in computer engineering. And on my first day, when I entered the room for the introduction, and I started to realize there's something strange. We were 70 students starting that major, and only 4 other women in the room. Those 4 years changed me a lot. I gained a lot of knowledge, a lot of software development, mathematics, physics, and a lot of what women can do, and mostly what we cannot do. Up until my 20s, I lived in this bubble that all of us can do anything, well, almost anything. But then in my bachelor degree years, I started to question myself. I started to believing these voices telling me I'm lucky being at the right time, at the right place. These voices were soon to be my voice. And they were my voice for years. During my second year in the university, a good friend of mine offered me a small startup job in a company that did cyber, and they looked for fraud analysts and the position was supposed to be for a few months. And it sounded like something that, yeah, I can do. And that was really my first real job in a cyber company. From a few months, I was there for 2 years. From being a fraud analyst, within 2 years, I was one of the managers who managed around 25 other fraud analysts while completing my bachelor degree at Tel Aviv University. At the end of these 2 years, this small startup was acquired by a company called RSA Security. We call it an exit. I was in my 20s, and I was part of this huge operation. I worked in a company that was acquired by the amazing RSA, and I felt truly lucky. After this amazing experience, I started to look for a different job. I reached out to another cyber company and was offered to join a team of white hackers. White hackers actually hacks, but they do it on the good of the way. It calls also defensive. We actually defend computers by doing those things. And I remember this phone call like it was today. I was asked a few simple questions. Do you know how to gain control of a remote computer? I answered no. Have you ever written a code that released a worm? I answered no. And then he asked, do you know how to do a denial of service on computer? It means basically killing another computer. And I again said no. His last question was, would you like to learn all of it? That for sure, I answered yes. And that really was the start for me. I joined Checkpoint, an amazing company, for months, really. I learned everything I was told to learn. I thought I just finished the 4 years of studies, but those 6 first months there were so much more than these 4 years in university. I stayed at Checkpoint for 5 amazing years. I learned a lot. I evolved a lot, but my voice was lost, not because of the company. It was just me this time. In these years in cybersecurity, I started to be, the cybersecurity started to be the hottest thing. Everybody talked about cybersecurity. And when I was asked how I got to this dream job so many people wanted to do, then where it came to me, I did not mention my experience. I did not mention what I needed to do. It was more saying I was lucky. I was a little bit apologizing about how I managed to get to this place. It was me being at the right place at the right time. I took myself out of the equation, where in fact, it wasn't just luck. It wasn't just being at the right place. I was good at what I did because of me. I was a good fraud analyst before. I was promoted. That wasn't luck. It was me. And yet it took me about 20 years to say it out loud. It took me years to stop apologize and go against the instinct that tell me that I don't have a story to tell. During my career in cyber, I had a goal to get into a specific area, I dreamed of having an impact and pushed to go there. I never talked about my dream out loud. I waited and looked for opportunities. And it took me years, but I never felt bad. I never felt sorry for myself. I mainly kept dreaming and seeing my goals through meetings and through motherhood and through meeting my better half. I had a vision and I had a goal, and I did it eventually. Just like I grew up, I knew I needed to fight for what I wanted. In my path to my own dream, I met many other women. I met many dreamers like me, and I was surprised at how they went to achieve their goals and dreams. And they talked about it. They asked for help. They got so many no's, but when a yes came in, they took the opportunity, just like I did. And this woman taught me an important lesson, that my voice, our voice, need to be heard, that we should celebrate our success, and we should be able to talk about it proudly. So my new goal in life is to help other women to see how remarkable they are. No dream is impossible. In order to do that, I joined Google's initiative. It's called I Am Remarkable Project, and I'm a facilitator there. I urge you to join a session or reach out to me to be part of this amazing program. It's 100% volunteer and free. My Cinderella story did not end with a Prince Charming, or my better half might resent this sentence, but it does have a goal to make sure that all women will know how remarkable they are, and that they will not be afraid to talk about their dreams, no matter what their dreams might be. I think together we can help each other do pretty much everything. I want you to really thank you for listening and invite you to reach out to me over email or LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to help any woman to achieve her goals and dream. And again, thank you very much. Sharla, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, so I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So sorry. I was just grabbing a drink. I've been fighting off this cough all day. Okay, I'm going to turn things over to our final speaker for today. Yogita, are you here?
I am.
Okay, awesome, Yogita. I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. Yogita Wrigley is a successful businesswoman, CEO, and founder of Traveling with Me, Myself, and I. She wears a few different hats: solo travel specialist, mindset coach, an award-winning international speaker, an author, and blogger with over a decade of solo traveling experience. Yogita's mission is to get every woman to play the role of me first. Her motto is solo travel to self-discovery, and her vision is to help women to unleash the power of the authentic self. Through her journey, Yogita has met with some deep challenges and learned to face her own inner demons in the pursuit of discovering her authentic self. After she shifted her dyslexia from being her weakness to now her gift, she lives and works with the powerful purpose of helping women unleash the power of their authentic selves. Yogita is an ambassador for mental health and dyslexia awareness. Please welcome our final amazing speaker for today, Yogita Wrigley.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning from Australia. It is almost 4 a.m. in the morning. So if I start to fall asleep, wake me up. Just a joke. Welcome and thank you for this beautiful opportunity. Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing this moment with me. The power of authentic self. It is something that we hear about, the word authentic. Did you know the key to your success lies in the knowing of your authentic self? What does the word authentic mean? There's millions of different perception on what this word means. To me, it means to be true, to be real. Two very, very deep, meaningful words, true and real. I know the perceptions really confuse us, and the perception is what we actually know. That's our reality. But what the reality versus the truth, the reality versus the real, there is a big space in the middle. That space is what I call I was born to be, what you were born to be. That space is your authentic, true gift. And to know that true gift is where you are going to find that success. Now, for years and years and years, we have been hypnotized by society. We have been programmed by society. We have been conditioned by people, by school system, by everything we encounter. This is how we learn and experience. But the next step from here going forward is knowing how to unhypnotize ourselves. For me, that was a hard journey, because what happens when we are hypnotized? We wear masks. These masks are there to protect us, and we decide when we want to wear them and where we want to wear them. Of course, we do this because for years we have been told we're not good enough. For years we've been we have really felt we don't fit in, we don't belong. Doesn't matter what we do or how hard we try. That emotion, that feeling of not being good enough just doesn't go away. So we tend to hide behind the mask. These masks are so easy because as soon as you put them on, what it does, it makes you feel like nobody can really see your fears. Nobody can see your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your emotion of not being good enough. All of those emotions that you are struggling with that might make you think that you're not good enough. You believe that you don't fit in. You believe that you are not capable enough. All of those things are hiding behind the mask so you can go ahead and take that day and do what needs to be done. Sadly, the longer we wear these masks, the more these masks become us. We become this. This is like one of those things that you hear everywhere. Everywhere we turn around, everywhere we look, we see this. The more your thoughts become your reality. Our thoughts become our mask. Our mask becomes our reality. This is the process we start from very young age. And the longer we go with this, the harder it is to take that mask off. And I call that process of taking that mask off as one of the hardest process in life. It is hard to unhypnotize yourself, hard to unprogram yourself, and hard to uncondition yourself. But it is not impossible. Remember, it's hard, not impossible. The only time we will start is when we actually take action. So, I'm dyslexic. What does dyslexia mean? Do you know what dyslexia means? Put it in the comment if you do. About 20%, 1 in every 5 people in the world are neurodiverse. Dyslexia is a challenge that I'm born with. Dyslexia is a challenge every dyslexic person is born with that has problems with reading, writing, and spelling. And again, there is different levels of dyslexia. So, there's mild, medium, and then extreme. And I am that beautiful, blessed person that has extreme dyslexia. So it doesn't mean I'm stupid. It doesn't mean I'm dumb. It doesn't mean I'm slow. But going through the school system, that's what I was told again and again and again by my teachers. Stop being stupid, Yogita. Stop daydreaming, Yogita. Stop disturbing the class. Pay attention. You might learn something. Was I really being disturbed? Was I really disturbing other people on purpose? Or was it my actions really was the cry for help? We dismiss people who don't think like everybody else. We dismiss people who don't work like everybody else. But none of us are born exactly the same, even the ones who haven't got any issues with learning, any issues with neurodiversity. Even they are not exactly the same. My dyslexia gave me everything that I struggled with, my weaknesses, and I connected with it as it is my identity. So I can't read, I can't write, and I can't spell. I hid myself, and hence the mask wearing. I wore many masks to hide this fact. Today, in front of you and in front of millions of people, I can say loud and proud that I am dyslexic. But I can promise you, this wasn't the case about a few years ago. I was ashamed, I was embarrassed of the fact. I was actually feeling and truly believed I'm not good enough for the world that is successful, for the world that is powerful, for women. Like, I used to watch people speak on stages and think about how amazing it will be if I could do that. If I could get on stage and share my story and share my wisdom and share everything that I have learned in life. But I can't because I'm dyslexic, because my brain tattoo was I'm stupid. I could hear the voice of my teachers again and again and again saying, stop being stupid. You are stupid. You are an embarrassment to the school. You're embarrassment to the class. You're embarrassment to your family. This is what I had every day in my schooling life. Imagine a 5-year-old hearing this, a 6-year-old hearing this, a 7-year-old hearing this. I got to a place where my children, I have got 2 beautiful daughters, absolutely blessed. My children became my mirror because what I was doing, my brain tattoo, my broken record that kept on playing my self-talk that we all do again and again and again. I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. Even though I was not saying that, all my actions, my 2 beautiful daughters were absorbing it. That I could see them doing the same thing, having those emotions of not being good enough. I had to make a choice, either to keep playing the victim role for the rest of my life and have my daughters look up to me like I'm a victim, or make a choice of changing. No more victim, no more behaving the way the world has done me wrong, or my dyslexia is my weakness. For that, I went off on a solo travel journey. Now, solo travel for a lot of people is fun. For me, it was daunting. I have never, ever thought about spending the day alone with myself, and nothing in my whole thought process ever prepared me for this adventure. But something, for some reason, somehow, bigger power made that call within me that even my mind didn't have any control. I booked the ticket to London, I jumped on that plane, and I arrived in London. And that 10 days of spending the whole 10 on my own, I call it with me, myself, and I. Absolutely eye-opener for me. I found out sitting in the lobby at the hotel I was supposed to be staying at, I was staying at, while I was waiting to check in, because from Australia, everywhere else in the world takes forever to get to. 32 hours on the road. I arrived in London 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning has a little special connection with me. Everything I do almost tends to be 4 in the morning. I'm reading this article that is written by Richard Benson. He's dyslexic. And here I am thinking, I'm so ashamed of the fact that I'm dyslexic. And here is a millionaire, billionaire, absolutely powerful man that I actually really adored because of the way he had done things in life. He's dyslexic and he's not ashamed of it. Then I started to research more. Who else is dyslexic? Albert Einstein is dyslexic. Who else is dyslexic? Started to meet a lot more people who were dyslexic, who had achieved so much in life. Hence, me starting to really connect. Why am I such an amazing creative person? It is the strength of a dyslexia. Why I'm so innovative? It is the strength of a dyslexic. Why do I have the leadership skills? When I was younger, my family called me bossy. My sister still called me bossy. But that was not bossy. It was because I had amazing leadership skills. And that is not because I am really good with it. It's because it's makes a really good leader. The really find all these things that I did naturally that nobody, no school system, no teachers, even when I started working, nobody really appreciated these. But it was a extremely, extremely powerful skills to have because it is the skill of future. The way we are going now, if you have anyone in your circle that is dyslexic or on neurodiversity scale of any sort, we have got spectrum of autism, we have got many of us on that. There is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful brain just sitting there waiting for you to use them in your workspace. Imagine this. If you had a staff, or even if you have this skill like I do, dyslexia is like, we can't read alphabets, words, and everything else, but we can read people. It's a gift. So we all have this. We all have a gift. And I, after the solo traveling, the very first one was a start to London. Then I went on to travel through 54 different countries, and I spoke at 16 different countries at women conferences, empowering conferences, summits, and beautiful, beautiful, beautiful workshops around and retreats around the world. But one thing that kept me more inspired and more connected are all these beautiful people that I met. The quality of people that I started to attract in my life when my brain tattoo shifted from I'm not good enough to end exactly what I am supposed to be. I am enough right now, exactly the way I am. This made the whole difference. Now we hear this all the time, that people say that, you know, you change your mind, you change your life. I can guarantee you it is true, but it doesn't happen overnight. So the patience is required. Sometimes I have clients who come through my door and they think I have a magic pill. I'm going to do this and they're going to walk out my door and they're going to have a new thought process. They're going to have a new mindset. No, patience is the key. Now, I want to leave 3 different things that I have learned from my journey. Let's start. Number 1, what I have learned from solo traveling and self-discovery. Solo traveling helped me with my self-discovery. Before solo traveling, I lived in a state of denial. My life was absolutely a state of denial. I was sleepwalking, walking through the whole thing, which is such a shame because I wasted over 30 years of sleepwalking through such a beautiful life that I had, playing victim. But once I started solo traveling, I found my true self. I found my authentic self. What I learned, number 1, my job, my beautiful house, my status, my bank account, my clothes, nothing defines who I am. All those things are material things. All those things are status. All those things are connected with my ego. They do not define who I am. This is one of the biggest problems we live with today. We defined with things that are connected on the outside, and hence the struggle, the depression, the pain, the anxiety, the fear. Number 2, everything we think of becomes our reality. Everything we fear becomes our reality. But how do we escape this? We all hear this everywhere. People talk about it everywhere. But how do we escape it? Nobody shows us that. Nobody teaches us that. If they do, it's half left empty or undelivered programs or undelivered processes. Now, I can't teach you that in this time slot, but I do work on retreats that helps people start their process from start to finish and achieve that process. One of the things that you have to remember, everything starts with you taking action. I know we hear this all the time. We have amazing ideas in our heads, but we fail to take action. And this is from our experiences in the past. Experiences in the past keeps us reminding the fact that we failed, or keeps us reminding this, we might fail. This is the fear, the biggest fear of human nature is we might fail, but we won't know unless we try it. We need to at least give it a go, right? We have to at least try it. So number 2. Number 3, everything we do, everything, it's 100% you. Everything great in your life is 100% you. Everything not so great in your life is 100% you as well. So stop doing this. My mom did this, that's why I'm not so amazing. You know, my dad was this, that's why I'm not so amazing. My school teacher constantly made me feel this big, that's why I'm not so amazing. Stop the blaming game. Take 100% responsibility of everything you do, all your actions. And this is what I learned with my solo traveling. I am alone, absolutely alone on the road. I don't speak the language. I don't know the roads. I don't know the people. I don't really know if I am going to catch the right train, if I'm going to arrive at the right destination, but I'm going. I am going because there is a fire in my belly that says you can do this. You need to do this. You have to do this. So those lessons started to now reflect. I started to use them to reflect in my actual life, in my real life, in my life that is not, I called solo traveling as an escape, coming back into my real life to apply all those lessons. And that is super important. Everything you hear today, everything you learn today, go away and apply that. Don't just go away with, that was amazing, it was beautiful, I loved what she said, I loved what he said, and everything else. Go away and apply that. Even if you just apply one thing that you have learned today, go away and apply that. So what I did, I came back after years of traveling, after years of reflection, after years of work, and I wrote a book, Finding Me, Myself, and I. It's a journey to loving your authentic self. This book is so raw, so vulnerable, and so me on the paper. After printing it, I went like, holy shit, what have I done? I am so scared that somebody will now read this. And I did not want anybody to read this. Because again, that tiny little voice came up and said, Yogita, people are gonna laugh at you. Yogita, people are gonna judge you. Do you really want that? Are you ready for that? And that even tinier voice in my belly, that, you know, that fire in your belly that each one of us has, it burns brighter when we feel it. That tiny little fire in my belly went, I wrote this to leave a legacy for my daughters. And then for all those women out there, not just women and men, but especially women, because we women who really don't believe that we are good enough. I wrote this for those beautiful women that have had challenges in life, like dyslexia or any other challenge, that if I can do this, you can too. With the various full of fire, and that knowledge.
I think that your internet connection.
Back because
Sorry, Yogita, I think your
brighter than
internet
half
connection is cutting out there. It's we can't hear you anymore. Your internet, I think, is cut out.
Oh, is it? Because can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened. According to my phone, it looks like the internet's all good. So where do I still have time? I'm timing myself, but yeah, no,
it's over the 20 minutes now. So, but we want to say
sorry
thank you
about
so
that.
much for sharing, Yogita, for getting
Thank
up in the middle of the night and sharing your story with us. We would truly appreciate it. And if you want to share the link to get a copy of your book in the chat, that would be great, Yogita.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you, Sarah, for this beautiful opportunity. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. So, ladies, I want to thank all of our amazing speakers today for sharing their inspiring talks with us. Wasn't it an incredible day? As I started out with today, for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us. Not just listening to it, but paying attention for it, and most of all, acting upon it. Did you hear it today? Did you hear it as you listened to the inspiring words of so many incredible women from right around the world sharing their fearless stories? We hope that it's inspired you to take the first right step in your own fearless journey. Living fearlessly for me has been living an extraordinary life. It was the day that I knew that everything I wanted was on the other side of fear. And my job was just to say that I'm not scared anymore. It was looking at no longer what was Charla possible. A lot of women will ask me, Charla, how have you created such a massive organization in only a few years, connecting 500,000 women right around the world, raising millions of dollars to empower women and girls globally? The day that changed for me was the day that I let go of what was Charla possible and I stepped into what was God possible in my life. As I said before, the great Martin Luther King Jr. said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase. Just take the first step. What is that for you? Maybe that's connecting with one of the amazing speakers that you heard from today. Maybe that's getting involved with one woman. Maybe that's joining 100 most powerful women. No matter what it is, don't leave those big goals and dreams sitting at your computer screen today. Take that first step. So again, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I want to thank all of our incredible speakers for sharing their fearless stories, and we hope to get to hear your fearless story at an upcoming event. Be sure to check out onewoman.ca for all the details. Again, our next Online World Summit is coming up on Saturday, January 15th. It's our New Year's event. It's our biggest event that kicks off the year. And so you can register completely for free. And so be sure to check out the website to be able to register and secure your spot or to apply to speak. So I wish everybody a fantastic day, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye, everyone.